A very good morning to you. You're welcome to GH Today here on GHOne Television, and we are very happy, like we always are, when we have the opportunity to be here to serve you breakfast. And today really isn't any different. It's an interesting day, a very beautiful Thursday morning, the day after the Speaker of Parliament held a press conference, in fact, a no-holds-barred press conference. The Speaker said what was on his mind, expressed his views, his thoughts and opinions about all that is going on in this country with regard to a constitutional crisis. According to the Speaker of Parliament, there is no constitutional crisis, and what is happening is rather likened to a power play between Parliament and the judiciary and the executive, or the executive is colluding with the judiciary to show the legislative arm of government where power lies, essentially. This is what the Speaker is saying. Very interesting press conference yesterday, and today that recall of Parliament that was triggered by the NPP side of the House will happen. Parliament will be sitting today. Interestingly, the NDC side of the House are insisting that they are still the majority side. They will go into Parliament and occupy the right-hand side of the Speaker. And it will be very interesting to see how Parliament is going to play out today. There were questions that were asked of the Speaker as to who is going to sit on which side. He says he doesn't decide that. It will be very interesting to see, because the NDC are still very resolute that they are the majority side and they will sit on the right-hand side of the Speaker. So what is going to happen in Parliament today too? Our eyes are going to be there. We're going to make sure that we bring you a very comprehensive coverage from Parliament today with regard to all that will be happening there. So make sure that you tune in, or you stay tuned in to GH1 Television, where we give you your best experience. That's one of the things that is going on today. And also, yesterday there was a very long IPAC meeting with regard to the EC providing political parties with a register. There were some details and figures that the EC was supposed to provide. At the end of the day, the EC was not really able to provide those details. And the EC says they are not even obliged to give those details to the political parties by law. But the political parties, especially the NDC, are insisting on that. So that's also one conversation that we'll have later on the show today. It's looking like it's going to be a very interesting one. My panel will join me later on the show today, and we're going to get into the breakfast review segment, and all of these issues definitely will be discussed. Much later on, we're going to take you into a constituency for Voters Connect. That's right. Voters Connect will be coming on, and we're very happy to be going into the constituency and to be speaking to the voters and to be speaking to the various candidates that are going to be featuring in this year's election. In fact, we're going into the Ayawaso East and Ayawaso North constituencies today for Voters Connect. And it's going to be very interesting. So we'll cross over. My colleague Sewami here is going to be in the constituency, and we're going to bring you that here on the show today. Let's bring you our quote of the day this morning. Well, it's a quote by Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton is a former president of the United States of America, and he says, if you live long enough, you'll make mistakes. But if you learn from those mistakes, you'll be a better person. If you live long enough, you'll make a mistake, or you make mistakes. But if you learn from those mistakes, you'll be a better person. Making mistakes is part of life. It's inevitable. It's what makes us stronger, better, wiser, more experienced. Because every mistake that we make throughout our lifetime, we learn from those mistakes. And it's also said that it's only a fool who doesn't learn from his mistakes. When you make your mistakes and you learn from them, you become a better person. That's the message from Bill Clinton on this nice Monday morning. And speaking about US presidents, we all know that Donald Trump is returning to the White House. Kamala Harris has given a concession speech, and It's interesting the dynamics at play with regard to the US election prior to the announcement of the results and in the aftermath of the results. What is happening? There are already people who are trying to draw some parallels and, trying to do some, permutations and predictions based on the outcome of the US election, juxtaposing that to the Ghanaian election, which is coming up in the next 30 days. In the next 30 days, it will be December 7th and we'll be at the polls voting. So is there any, is the US election and the outcome having any bearing on our elections here in this country? Well, if you ask me personally, I believe these are two different jurisdictions. There are those who are saying that, historically, anytime the Republicans have won, the MPP have won, in the country, and so and the elephant is also the symbol of the Republican Party, and so it means the MPP is going to win here and all of that. And there are those who are saying that, that was broken because we had a Democrat president and an MPP president in Joe Biden, then with Nana Akufo-Addo here, and so Donald Trump has come back, and so John Mahama will also come back and all of that. Well, I don't know why people are making all of those analysis, but if you ask me, we are two different countries, two different jurisdictions, two different political systems, and two different political dynamics, and different issues that are important to voters in Ghana and America. So I don't know. At the end of the day, the people of Ghana will decide. Our election dynamics are pretty different. So sometimes I don't get where all of these analogies are coming from. But anyway, people are entitled to make those analogies. The only impact that the US election is going to have on us here as a country is that, maybe policies will change that will directly impact Ghana economically, with regard to the stabilization of the cedi, or the value of the cedi to the dollar, maybe with regard to importation, with regard to trade relations, with regard to immigration and, foreign policy and all of that, of course. When a government sets rules, that has a direct impact on us here as a country. But in terms of election dynamics, I really don't know, because the dynamics are totally different. But anyway, that's what the conversations that people are having. You could also have some of those conversations. Of course, when you look at the bottom corner of your screen, you'll see the QR code. You can see it right there. Scan that QR code and let it take you to our website and our social media pages. And you get more information, more news, more education, more entertainment. And speaking of entertainment, we're bringing you our video of the day this morning. And we'll bring you our word of the day as well. Our word of the day is in a bit to help you to improve your vocabulary. So let's take a look at that. Let's take a look at our word of the day this morning.
Today's word is incredulous. Incredulous is an adjective. Then what does it mean?
Well, if someone is incredulous, they are unable to believe something because it is very surprising or shocking. Can you give us an example?
Yes.
Okay.
A perfect one. Many people are incredulous that Donald Trump is president-elect.
Indeed. Incredulous.
Yeah, so that's our word of the day, incredulous, right? With the Donald Trump example, he's made political history, right? One of the biggest political comebacks in U.S. Politics, right? For you to go lose an election and then come back. That's an incredible feat. It remains to be seen what will happen here in Ghana. Let's do our video of the day when we return. We've got Inside Out, we've got Court Today, we've got a breakfast review, we've got Voters Connect, and everything in between. Video of the day.
GHOne OV van has been one of the best vans I've used personally in this country. It runs a system where we are able to run on Dante to be able to do our broadcast mixed well also from this van.
I've used this OB van for quite a number of big productions, i.e. 3 music awards, the late President Rollis' state funeral, Emmys Africa Awards, and a number of them.
My experience with the GHOne van has been the state of the art equipment they have. Personal experience is you can use it for both indoor and outdoor, all events, conferencing, like anything you need a van to work for you, GHOne provides it.
My experience with the van has been very good. Why? Because it has a number of facilities that I may not get in other vans. You know, the van has a very wide bench that can accommodate all my technical crew. ICCU, switcher, graphics, CG, and all of that. And then it also has a studio, a green room studio that comes with TriCaster. So if you want somebody to do commentary on a live event, you can put that presenter who's in that studio as well and get that running.
To give an experience to our audience who are also watching on TVs and online. Work with an Exo technology system which makes your video mixing with Panasonic cameras, like a lot of other stuff in terms of content you need to get also for your live broadcasts. I
prefer the GHOne van to a lot of other vans I've used, or even doing my own setup on a tabletop setup. Because on a production you see a number of people in the van. And so if you have a very small van, it means that it's going to be choked, and that will affect the creativity as well. The price has been discounted as well to accommodate varied budgets. And so no matter the budget you have, I understand you can have the track and do business with it.
It looks huge, but very affordable. Cost is really, really affordable. My experience with it, EMI Awards last year, super excellent. Try it, call them, and I'm going to give you the best of price. Really affordable.
Wuta, very exciting stuff. You're still watching GH Today here on GH1 Television, and it's time for Inside Out. We want to talk about what potentially could happen in Parliament today. We know that a recall of Parliament has been triggered by the NPP side. Of course, according to the Constitution, getting 15% of signatures from members of Parliament can trigger a recall of Parliament if Parliament has been adjourned, so that there can be an emergency sitting. And that process has been triggered. And so today, Parliament is going to sit. But yesterday, the Speaker of Parliament, in all the brouhaha that has been happening, addressed the media. In fact, he addressed the entire country in a no-holds-barred press conference, stating exactly how he feels and what he thinks about what is going on here in the country. Essentially, the Speaker of Parliament believes that the powers of Parliament are being undermined, and there is a deliberate attempt, there is collusion between the executive arm of government and the judiciary to undermine the powers of Parliament because of politics. essentially, seats being declared vacant means one side loses the majority hold that they have on or in Parliament. And that is a position that they do not want to be in. And because of that, they'll run to the Supreme Court to try and get the issues to get rectified. And then the Supreme Court is also acting in a manner which is inimical to the democracy that we are practicing. This is the thought of the Speaker of Parliament. And he didn't mince any words yesterday when he held that press conference and when he spoke to the nation. And we're all anticipating what will happen in Parliament today. Are we going to see a similar situation happen in Parliament today? Because he was asked by journalists, what is going to happen in Parliament today? What is he going to do? Who is going to sit on which side of the House? He didn't really give an answer to that. He just said, well, we'll all see what will happen in Parliament today. And the situation which led to the Speaker deciding to adjourn the House still exists. Because even though the Supreme Court of this country has ruled that the Speaker of Parliament should stay his decision of declaring seats vacant until a final determination of Article 97, 1G and H of the Constitution, the minority side, or should I say the NDC side of the House, are insisting that they are the majority and they will go and sit on the right-hand side of the Speaker. Remember that the last time it happened, and the NPP side decided that they were going to walk out. And the Speaker of Parliament decided to adjourn the House Synodine. Then they triggered a recall. And the NDC is still insisting that they are the majority side and they will still go and sit on the right-hand side of the Speaker. So what is going to happen in Parliament today? One of the things that the Speaker of Parliament said is that he believes that all of these issues that are happening could have been addressed through dialogue. Because there has always been dialogue between the political parties in Parliament, and that dialogue could have resolved some of these issues without it having to go to court. So what is going to happen in Parliament today? Take a listen to the Speaker speaking about there not being a constitutional crisis, and also speaking about the judiciary and how the judiciary is interfering in areas that is not supposed to. Take a listen.
There is no constitutional crisis in this country. I repeat, there is no constitutional crisis in this country. The Parliament of Ghana is alive and working. Let nobody mislead, misinform, or disinform you and the country. The democratic system we adopted and enacted, as captured in the Constitution 1992 and fleshed out in various laws, processes, procedures, and practices, is what has been triggered, and it is working. Let us allow it to work. Democracy is about the rule of law. Let the law work. The democratic system we adopted and enacted recognizes that in the course of operationalizing the system, disagreements will occur and challenges and problems will arise. The system has put in place mechanisms, structures and institutions, processes, procedures and rules to follow and apply to resolve the disagreement, convert the challenges into opportunities, and provide solutions to the problems. This is what is being pursued and applied. There is no constitutional crisis in the country. The current brouhaha may be likened to a power play between the arms of government, and has the potential to undermine our democracy and the authority of Parliament. Its outcomes could subvert Ghana's constitutional order and the democratic system. Ghanaians have toiled, sacrificed their lives, and shed blood to establish for decades. Ladies and gentlemen, recent acts of the judiciary and executive, and I see them as interference in the workings of Parliament, pose a direct challenge to the essence, jurisdiction, authority, powers, and functioning of the esteemed institution of Parliament, which is the repository of the sovereign will of the people of Ghana. It is increasingly becoming clear the judiciary and the executive are seemingly colluding to weaken Parliament. The decision of the Ghanaian voters in the 2020 presidential and parliamentary elections is clear and loud to all discerning people.
So now the Speaker of Parliament yesterday addressing that press conference. What I will say before we wrap this up is that at the end of the day, we don't have to allow our country to degenerate into a situation where there is chaos. I think our members of Parliament are matured. We sent them to Parliament to go and represent us because we can't be there. And so we voted for them to go there and represent us when it comes to making laws, when it comes to lobbying for all kinds of things that will benefit us. That is what we sent them there to do. They are mature people, our MPs, all 275 of them. You are mature people, and I believe that you have the best interest of the country at heart. And I pray that as you're going into Parliament today, the mindset and the motive that you are entering Parliament with today, as there has been a recall, is Ghana and not MPP or NDC. More often than not, the interest of the political party on which ticket you contested and went into Parliament supersedes that of the interest of the constituents that you are going to serve. Yes, the political party sponsored you. The MPP sponsored you to go to Parliament. The NDC sponsored you to go to Parliament. But without the people who voted for you, the sponsorship of the MPP or the NDC would be useless and you'll not be in Parliament. Of course, there have been instances where independent members of Parliament have gone to Parliament because the people voted for them. So the interest of the people should be paramount as you are going into the chamber today, our MPs. The interest of the people who voted for you should be paramount and not your political party. Ghana and the interest of Ghana as a country and what will be best for the country is paramount. Behave in such a manner, act in such a manner, do the things that are in the interest of the constituents that you voted for and in the interest of this country, Ghana, and not your political party's interest or your selfish interest. That's how you should behave today. And that's what should be on your mind as you are going into the parliamentary chamber today. That's all I'll say. That's it for Inside Out. Yes, it's time for court today, and Murtala Inusa is here in the studio, as always, ready to tell us what has been happening in the courts. So, Murtala, good morning.
Good morning, Lantam.
How are you doing today?
Great. Yourself?
I'm not bad at all.
I know that you are in African print and all that. What is the foundation of your African print?
Why, you are surprised I'm wearing African
print
today?
Today is Wednesday. Not really
Today is
surprised.
Thursday.
Today is Thursday.
Yes.
Oh, I want the week to go back.
Today is Thursday.
Anyway, this week has really gone very fast.
Why, is it strange to see me wearing African print?
No, normally it's always cool when you see it on Friday. But of course,
on Friday.
You are just warming up into the weekend.
Well, who said that African print can be worn on Friday?
The next time you see me here, I'll wear an African print.
Well, yeah, you should. You should. I mean, who said African print should be worn only on Friday?
But it should be when the whole
because there is Friday wear. Yeah, we know that. I think was it President Kufuor who initiated, wearing, made in Ghana things on Friday and all of that. But it should go beyond that. We shouldn't restrict the wearing of African print only to Fridays
particular day
and Sundays when we are going to church.
Now you walk in town, everybody knows that Friday is an easy.
Yeah, I mean that's good. That's all well and good for you to wear African prints on Friday. At least it encourages a lot of people to wear a lot of made in Ghana. But why can't we take it a step further? I mean, we should be able to wear African prints every single day.
I agree.
I like wearing suits. I love suits. The authentic man always gives me suits. But of course, I also like.
You always have to balance the.
Exactly. So today I decided that look, this is a very nice African.
No, it's very nice.
So I want to wear it. Yes, so I'm wearing it, as you can see.
Yeah, you are a Ghanaian and you're a patriot.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So let's get into the details of what's happening
I've heard
in court today.
A while ago, talking about what the Speaker of Parliament has been saying. Yesterday, he really gave some punchlines.
Yes, he did. No holds back. He was very strict.
Yes, very, very strict. And then it was very interesting engagement with the media. And in fact, we'll see what will happen in the coming days.
Exactly. We'll see what happened in Parliament today.
Yes.
But let's talk about some of the reviews of the cases in court from yesterday, beginning with the JB Dankwa murder.
Yes.
Sexy Don Don.
Yes.
A.K.A. Daniela Siedu.
Yes. Sexy Don Don
and his people.
Yes.
What happened in that regard?
He's in court. Yesterday he was in court. You noticed that the day before yesterday we told you that he came to court and is giving testimony. He's testifying by way of giving account, defending himself in relation to the charge of murder and robbery. Yesterday he mounted the witness box again and defending himself again. And yesterday the focus of his his evidence in chief largely is to the effect that the accusation that he killed JB Dankwa Edu is not true. He has never met the man. The only time that he even knew about the house of JB Dankwa Edu was when Mr. Dampare and his team directed his team to take him there. That was the only time that that was the first time that he got to know that is the home of JB Dankwa Edu, the late. And so the accusation that he killed JB Dankwa Edu cannot be true. He said that, look, the prosecution made the point that he went there, picked a ladder, climbed through the porch, entered the bedroom, stabbed him, stole his mobile phone, and then he left. He said, no, the police, when I went there to go and report my case, I rather became a victim. Dampare ordered his men to take me there, showed me a picture, and then that was the first time that I'm even seeing the man. So his point has been that yesterday, he emphatically denied killing JB Dankwa Edu. So hopefully sometime on the 12th of November, he's back again to continue with his testimony. And the indication is that by that day, hopefully, he'll conclude his evidence in chief and state prosecutors will subject him to cross-examination. So that is what happened in relation to Sexy Don Don. What is clear is that he said he didn't kill the late JB Dankwa Edu. And that is his lawyer, Yao Dankwa, in your shorts there.
So he's maintaining his innocence, right? He's pleading not guilty, or he's maintaining his plea of
yes, he said he's not guilty. And then the jury will now have the opportunity to decide his fate when the trial finally concludes. And the case is being prosecuted by Sefa Kobache, a principal state attorney from the office of the Attorney General.
All right, let's talk about another murder case, or another attempted murder case.
Yes.
What's up with that?
Pius Ayoma is a security. It was a security guard he left. His boss indicated that the way he's going about things, he wasn't comfortable with his way of doing things. So eventually they sacked him, and it looked like he wasn't happy with the situation. So he went back to go and retaliate, shot a gun, and the man, his former boss, almost nearly died. And so he's been arrested and then charged. In fact, when he was arrested, I told you that he was remanded at Manette police station a day after the court had said that, look, take him to prison's custody. He managed to escape a lawful custody, and he has become another subject matter of a charge that he's facing. But in relation to this case, Eva Kobacha, which is the principal state attorney, is calling witnesses, and the 7th prosecution witness yesterday testified and gave account about how he saw this man offloading stuff, and then later on realized that, look, it was things that he packed from the former boss's home, and so he led the police to go and retrieve the item, and subsequently he was arrested. So that witness yesterday was in court. We are told that the next witness to come will be the investigator, which means that the prosecution is gradually wrapping up their case in relation to this one.
And now there is also a defamation case which is of interest to a lot of people, involving Kumawood actor LeWayne and Ghanaian actress Martha Nkoma. Martha Nkoma says LeWayne has defamed her.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And sued LeWayne for 5 million Ghana cedis.
Absolutely.
What has been happening with that case?
So the day before yesterday, I was telling you about this very case, that LeWayne made a very first appearance in relation to this case ever since the matter has come up in court. He has never been in court. He personally, no lawyers representing him. So it has been Martha Nkoma and her lawyers always coming to court. And the court, Justice Fosimba, had fixed on 5th of November to hear the case in the absence of LeWayne, whether they choose to come or not. Interestingly, LeWayne and his lawyers entered the appearance, and they came to court and Lantam. It was an interesting thing. That's how, when the law is catching up with you, now you have to. So it was apology upon apology upon apology. And
apology?
Yes.
Apology from who?
From LeWayne, of course. So now the point is that they've been urged, they've been advised to settle this matter out of court. So on the 13th of November,
they should go for ADR. They should go for ADR.
They probably will have to come and consult you and all that. And so immediately after the court sitting, as part of the process to settle this matter out of court, LeWayne has been apologizing, issuing public apology to Martha Nkoma.
But did Martha Nkoma agree to an out-of-court settlement?
If you see the picture of Martha Nkoma all this while, you notice that she's a peaceful woman. She's somebody who is a peaceful litigant. I must put it that way.
Peaceful litigant.
A litigant.
She doesn't do giddy.
She doesn't do giddy. Very calm. All that she wants is that some respect is shown to her. Some respect is given to the court as well. You know that at some point in time, the court was not happy with the conduct of LeWayne in relation to this whole matter, because he has never been coming to court in order. But when he showed up,
we don't have another case in court with regard to a hit, an accident.
That accident, yes. That case is
which
still,
resulted in the death of a young boy.
Yes, that
isn't there a case?
For the Kumasi court. It's before this Kumasi court. This one is separate.
This one is a separate. This one is a defamation case.
And then this case came when he had a accident. So many were attributing it to the fact that because he is still recovering, that is how come he wasn't able to. But the law is saying that once you have been sued, you need to enter appearance and order. So he appeared, and then upon advice, they are going back to go and discuss the matter and then settle the matter out of court as per the advice that the court, even at the point in time, urged them to do. And so when they left court immediately, LeWayne has started the process himself.
The process to
settle the matter out of court. The first one is to apologize to Martha Nkoma about that. Let's watch this from LeWayne.
Ghana for the fans, Wizzy Empire funds, for John Cancer funds, create mass financial school out of Fumina. Now, from Shubia, every when you say, said the Christian Caribbean, to Caribbean, Ghana said the year a Kabuno. So, my lady Kabuno, and one of them Sabi, from New York, Mestre, Raya, Akanina, and now any good pen for Sabi, Monabum, Abdo, Money, Yaba, Mata, and Panas, what I'm Moshiba, I'm terrified. Now, Panas, and I'm so issue by sunset. Mention I go for when I'm bed. Let me say the fans say supporting since day one. I've started moving ABC and then the sense out of phoning in a soon number assembly and become now young couple of the moon, young fat shop at the sea. And see a young bar, Mata and Matas. The son said, Monitia and Chibia. And I mean, I said, Nia made Yaba Matakama, Akasaka be a said, and Kay. If you brother should fight a dan down, a shimukana, among him, and only a said, and the material said from your soul as official the one TikTok 2.2 million, 2.5 million followers. And the son said, come na Munyaba Matakama, on fuck the money and check. Mr. No, Mr. Enjoy or your bar, Gemma. Mina could do engineering same kind of Timatam Rocket, Timatamana, Timijina. I said it, them up my and so bar. Mina Ban went to sunset, a harm, a year issue. The soon see a soon, Naya would be Namijina, Samri, and Raya, and Ambush, and then Penufua, Bilomachi beginning, Namazak, and Boswine. Good joining, and then we have seen you are the Yassi United, Alaji, Salamia Kum, and then we are Kasema Koswakama, Madame Atamaki, and then Jim say, out of 4, Munkam, Na Yapan Yaba, Mata, and Kama Achi. Seven, you be a Sabi. Mrs. I said, Mr. Mizinko Fortin, Munich, Bida, did a first time. And we should say, it be see you spend some I mean, a Camelando Apum, say, I am a more certain year, Macmos, Timmy Muchaco, and Mano, not a person can go kiss to me. Say the Christian in a Sabi, kiss of war, with me, if I'm not on Ediachi. Timmy sounds in front of my pen, and the young soon papum, and one of papum, and Franchin, Namadon, Mr. APC. California, Mr. Musi, thank you for Amy Abba Matankama. I will be supporting you and shall say for now.
This is a very different tone from when he was angrily calling Matankoma all kinds of names and using all kinds of unprintable words on Matankoma.
When the law catches up with you,
because Matankoma said that she will not act in a Kuma.
Yes, there was a point that he felt. She said that Kuma Wood is not her thing, and then Opana went to town, gave it to her, and then
interesting.
She said, "Hello, there's laws in Ghana, so let me just go."
Yeah, I'll sue you for defamation.
Yes,
so and now he's issuing a public apology.
She sued Lewen. You notice that earlier they have altered, or she said she's amenable to out of court settlement, and then they were using an intermediary, and then the indication is that Lewen is not ready, it's not for it, and now he came to court. And the rest is an apology. So they'll come back on the 13th of December. Yes, 13th of December.
Oh, okay.
And then 13th of December, the expectation is that the court will be hoping that they will settle the matter and bring the terms to the court, which will be adopted as a consent judgment. So he has started.
Somebody was saying that if you were Matankoma, I'll collect all the 5 million. I will still sue. Collect 5 million.
Asking for 5 million
doesn't mean that the court will award it to you. I know, but the person was asking me, I will go all the way and collect the 5 million. It doesn't work like that.
Yes, it doesn't. It doesn't work like that. So I've seen cases that people are asking for 10 million, and then when the case is done, probably they get about 100,000. Sometimes to 200,000, sometimes you can even get about 20,000, depending on what and what goes in the elements in the case and what you think, how injurious it has been to your reputation and all that. So the court look at all those things. So this case is on a settlement journey. So
all right,
on the 13th of December,
we'll see how it plays out.
We'll see how this case will pan out.
We'll see how it
the
plays
wing
out.
has finally issued that public apology to Martha and Kuma.
All right, let's talk about some of the cases that we're expecting to come up in court today. There is one which a lot of Ghanaians are interested in, involving Bishop Salifu Amako's 16-year-old son.
Yes.
So we understand that he was the last time he reported that he was remanded.
Yes, on
right,
Friday
to the Osu Bostal home.
Absolutely.
Right,
yes.
And he's to reappear today.
Yes, he's
so what's happening? What's happening?
We expect that he will be in court today. At the last court sitting, what the court did was that he pleaded not guilty to 8 counts, and the 8 counts, 2 counts of manslaughter, dangerous driving without valid license.
He pleaded not guilty to driving without a valid license.
All of them, all the counts. He pleaded not guilty to all of them.
He pleaded not guilty to driving without a valid license.
All the counts, 8 of them.
So he wasn't driving without a valid license.
That one, he will have to explain why
he denied speeding.
Yes. And
reckless driving.
Yeah, that's what he did.
And he denied involuntary manslaughter.
Yes, he did. He did. Yes. So the court presided over by Her Worship Bernice Mensma Akon today, who made at the last court sitting noted that the court directed that he should deposit his traveling document, all traveling document, to the court and all. And they've been concerned about the fact that he's not in the Bosta home.
Yeah.
Yes.
The police
has come out to clear.
I insisting that he was there.
That he was there. So today, the expectation is that he'll be back in court and we'll know the pleasure of the court and what orders or directive the court will be giving, whether he will be admitted to bail or the court would order for his continuous incarceration. And so what it is is that this very case will have to be dealt with within 6 months. You get it. Within the 6-month period, it has to be disposed of. So it has to be tried expeditiously. So that is one of the things that we should expect coming up in court today.
So he'll be there. So what will be the processes today? Is there like a bail application?
So definitely the lawyers will make a repeat bail application because the last time it was rejected. So this time around they will be hoping that they will be second time lucky that the court will admit him to bail. But what is clear is that the court is looking at the circumstances surrounding this very case, and the court at the first time that he appeared, the court think that remanding him into the Bosta home would be the right option. Remember that as a juvenile, the maximum period of which you could be remanded or you will be remanded is for a week. Shouldn't be more than a week.
Right.
So that's how come he has to reappear today. So the court will make further directive depending on the kind of arguments, submissions that the lawyers, Salali Wupanyo and the team would do. And then the state prosecutors, also led by Nana Maidinkra, senior state attorney, will also decide what the kind of input that they want. Ultimately, the court will decide what will happen to. So this video that you are seeing is his appearance at the court last week, Friday.
All right. So Cecilia Dape's case, people seem to have forgotten about it.
Yes.
But we know that she, there is a case involving her mates and the mates stealing her money.
Yeah, allegedly.
Allegedly. Allegedly stealing her money. So that case is still in court.
Yeah, that case is still.
Is still in court.
So the husband of Madam Cecilia Dapa, Mr. Daniel Sekufo, is in the witness box facing cross-examination from the accused persons. And so at one point in time, lawyers of Patience Botry, the 18-year-old who we are told that was the last maid of Madam Cecilia Dapa, as the first accused person, subjecting the husband to cross-examination. They say that, look, to be able to do effective cross-examination, to defend herself well, she will need some document from the OSP. And we told you that the court has granted that the OSP should furnish her and the lawyers with some document within a week upon service. So today there will be an update in relation to whether the OSP has been able to provide those documents to her and what the direction of the court will be and when the cross-examination of Mr. Daniel Sekufo will resume. Remember that Madam Cecilia Dapa herself is also one of the witnesses who will be testifying in relation to this very case. So today, before Justice Marie Lewis Simmons will know more about this Cecilia Dapa's maid case. So there are 7 in all, 2 former maids and then 5 others, including boyfriend of Patience Boucher and some other accused persons.
Yeah, accused of stealing her money.
Yes.
Okay. So what about the Papanko murder case? We understand that's also coming up in court today.
Yes. Stephen Nana can come. He's alleged to have shot and killed his tenants at Papanko. This matter started sometime in 2020. And so Benjamin Autry, a musician at the time, who was the last day that his rent was due, he wanted to renew. There was some misunderstanding before somebody would realize there was a gunshot, and there was the tenant died in the process. The Mile 7 police station got involved, and so prosecution is calling witnesses in relation to this one. Today we expect that the trial will continue or will resume before Criminal Court 2 again, Justice Mary Lewis Simmons, for the trial to proceed. So the visuals or the videos you see on your screen support Nana can come in the seat over there, and some support that he has been getting. Anytime he's coming up in court, he has these people follow him to the court. And there's one of the court sitting when he was leaving the premises of the law court complex. So today, that case is also coming up, and then we'll give up to date. More newsroom, and tomorrow we'll give you all the rundown on what has happened in relation to that.
And finally, we understand that there is a public sector lawyers conference.
Yes,
public sector lawyers conference. Tell us about it. What's that about?
So on Tuesday, we started doing this story on Tuesday, and we're telling you that the first one for public sector workers. Yesterday we talked about it. We told it's a 3-day conference where state attorneys, lawyers from all government institutions, ministries, agencies, and departments are putting their heads together on how to collaborate to be able to harmonize cases in all these institutions so that issues about judgment debt can be avoided. More often than not, it happens that cases go to court at the blind side of the Attorney General before you realize the state is incurring some debt. So today being the very last day of the conference, we've been told that SKB Asante will be speaking at this particular conference today before the closing ceremony is held. So these are some of the things that are happening. So this very case, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo was there. The president of the Ghana Bar Association, Mrs. Efuagati, for the first time as president of GBA, was at this particular forum. The president spoke. The Attorney General also spoke. So all the people you see there are lawyers who work for various institutions of the state. So today, the 3-day conference, which is the maiden one, will come to a close. But SKB Asante will be giving a lecture at this particular forum. A lot of lawyers have spoken already. We've seen Bobby Bansin, and all of them have been there with the panel section. There was a panel section. All of them have had time to share their knowledge and insight with these gatherings. So today we'll conclude the matter. But before it ends, SKB Asante will have a day in the episode. These are some of the things that we should expect.
All right. Thank you very much, Mutala Inusa. As always, pleasure having you.
Nice having you
today. And, bringing us court today.
Yesterday you watch Champions League?
No, I didn't watch Champions League yesterday.
Because your team. There was a comment from when Sporting Lisbon beat Manchester City
because our new manager is in charge of Sporting.
United fans were celebrating. I said,
you
have no idea what was happening on the social media.
Well, me, I'm not too optimistic about
Eugene is sitting.
I'm not too optimistic about
directing the show this morning. I just have a message for him. When Eric Ten Hag was coming, Eugene has a lot of beautiful things to say about Eric Ten Hag, and it was the same person who was calling for his head.
We'll see.
I hope this time around he's not doing that.
He should come, and we'll see what he'll be able to do for if he's able to turn things around for Manchester United. Hallelujah, praise the Lord. We'll be happy. But at this point in time, I'm not very optimistic.
You're not optimistic
I'm
about
not very optimistic.
You just have to remain hopeful.
I'm only hopeful.
And you have to be patient.
Patience, waiting for the fortunes of Man U to turn around. Man U.
Yesterday, when clubs were playing Champions League, including my own Arsenal, we lost 1-0 though. We have a lot of United fans watching with us.
What are you trying to say?
No, I'm not saying that. You enjoy watching Champions League.
That is it. That is it for course today. That is it for course today. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. Go through the papers, the newspapers making the rounds today, beginning with the Chronicle newspaper. Bagbing is mad, accuses judiciary and executive of colluding to weaken parliament. Ghana first country to issue forest law enforcement license. Stubborn Trump returns to White House. Baumia's vision for education to be unveiled. And the Bible verse on the Chronicle is from Philippians 2, verse 14. And it says, do all things without grumbling, or is it disparting? Do all things without grumbling or disputing. So that's it for the Chronicle newspaper. Moving on from the Chronicle. The Daily Graphic says, no constitutional crisis. Speaker of Parliament assures the nation. Shift to holistic education. That's there. Petroleum rakes in that amount of money for the half year. Special supplement. That's a special supplement on Farmers Day. That's also there on the Daily Graphic newspaper. Moving on from the Daily Graphic, we'll look at the Daily Guide. I'll establish tomato factory at Akumadan. That's according to Dr. Bamia. Nana elevates 15 assemblies. EC presents certified voters register to parties. No constitutional crisis, says Bagbing, and Trump sweeps US election. So that's the Daily Guide. Ghanaian Times, you're undermining Parliament. Bagbing accuses executive and judicial arms of government. And of course, Trump's sweeping comeback also features on the Ghanaian Times. Let's move on from the Ghanaian Times. The Searchlight, Daily Searchlight. Pressing the breast of girls is a barbaric practice. That's according to Dr. Wiafe. Electoral Commission presents clean voters register to parties. That's all there on the Daily Searchlight. Moving on. Statesman. The elephant wins in USA. MPP says Trump's victory reignites the center-right support globally. Okay. Bust clears 384 million debt. Ghana to pioneer Africa's FLEGT licenses issuance. And Ghana showcases progressive urban development in Cairo. So that's the Daily Statesman newspaper. Daily Guide. Oliver Barker, Vomawa's woes open, deepen in court as judge adjourns defamation case November 20th for commencement of trial. How Ghana can successfully educate its population. Ghana goes live on June 2025, and retraction and apology to former President John Mahama. That's there on the New Crusading Guide newspaper. So read about it. So that should do it for the newspaper headlines this morning. Stay tuned. When we return, the breakfast review segment will be on. This is GH. Welcome back to the show. This is GH Today here on GHOne TV. It's time for the breakfast review, and my guests are here in the studio. Joining me in the studio this morning, and a member of the National Executive Committee of the National Democratic Congress. He's also a member of the National Democratic Congress's legal team, which tells you that he's a legal practitioner. Wonder Victor Kuto, Esquire. Good morning.
Good morning, big bro.
Welcome.
Thank you.
How are you doing today?
Oh, small.
I like the way you always say small. What is small?
Oh, everything is small. Our knows that everything is small.
I understand that you've been campaigning.
Yes.
You've been moving all over the place.
That's
How is
right.
it going?
Oh, so far so good.
What was the last place that you were campaigning?
The last place was Krachi Chumuru. But of course, when you
Krachi in Chumuru.
Yeah.
That's in the Oti region?
Oti region, yes, please. But of course, when you are coming from Krachi Chumuru, you are forced to stop at other places. And we stop at GHOne as well.
I see.
Sal, the cardinal sin.
Santro Kofi, Akpafu, Likpe, Lolobi.
That's the cardinal sin of the Fourth Republic.
You were in those areas?
Yes. Very electrifying.
Are you confident that the people of Sal will give the NDC a mandate?
And apart from that, the entire Ghana. Yes.
So the campaign is going well?
Very well.
The MPP says you people are not campaigning.
Oh, they shouldn't. Why are they worried?
They say you are not
Then they should be happy.
They say you are not able to do anything on the ground.
Don't worry.
You are just you campaign 2 days and then you rest for 1 week. You campaign 2 days and you rest for 1 week. Are you campaigning? Are you really campaigning?
Campaign back narrative.
Because you see the way Dr. Baumia is moving from village to village, from town to town,
campaign
going into your stronghold, the Volta region. Doing a lot of work in there. He's currently in the Ashanti region doing a lot of work there. And John Mahama is in Accra.
Campaign back, narrative baby. Don't worry. Today is what? November 7th.
Yes. 30 days.
Yes.
30 days,
so don't worry.
Exactly.
So they should be happy that we are not campaigning.
Are you campaigning?
Oh, I said campaign back, narratives baby. We are campaigning. And they keep saying this today, they will say this tomorrow. They shouldn't worry. December 7th. We will settle everything. They shouldn't worry. Oh.
You are not worried.
I'm going for more. Is it I'm just quite calm?
You are calm.
Yes.
The work is happening underground there. Wonder, thank you for joining us in the studio. Also in the studio is Awal Mohammed. Awal Mohammed is a member of the New Patriotic Party. They say that the elephant is a winning symbol and they have won to save Ghana. Will they win to save Ghana again? Is there even anything to save? At the end of the day, in 30 days, you decide. He's also Public Relations Officer of the YEA, the Youth Employment Agency. Awal, good morning.
Good morning, my brother.
Why are you saying that the NDC is not campaigning?
Well, I have not said
when
that.
They are, but members of your party
I have not said that, but I'm saying that if you check the way they are campaigning, you could see the snail pace. The reason being that
how are they campaigning at a snail pace?
Oh, but you've seen it today as I speak. Dr. Baumia is in the Ashanti region.
Yes.
He's built to spend 15 days in Ashanti region.
Why is he spending 15 days in Ashanti?
Because Ashanti region has 47 constituencies, and when he does 3 constituencies in every day, so divide 47 by 3, you get 15. So he's spending 15 days in Ashanti region, and that is what he did in all the regions, 3 constituencies in a day. So he's spending 15 days there. Napo is in the northern region, right? He's campaigning. Haja Samira Baumia is in the eastern region. Then Alma Opoku Prempe is in Accra, her home region. Campaigning, telling them what we're able to do. You see, Dr. Baumia has changed the narrative. He has changed the campaign in this country, moving from busing people to a convergent place to from across the region to come to the region for a big rally and so on. No, what he does is that he gets to the constituency, meet the stakeholders, tell them what we've been able to do in the last 7 years or 8 years. Then he will tell them, this is my vision if you give me the opportunity. He moves to the house to house, do some 1 or 2 house to house. Then he meets the youth at the Youth Connect. in every constituency because we have issues in
he does
every constituency.
all of these things in every constituency.
Every constituency.
But John Mahama is also campaigning. You see John Mahama on campaign.
Yes, so I'm not.
Currently, John Mahama is in the Volta region, I believe.
So you've even lost track. Because you don't even know.
He's been to the northern region.
Yeah, I'm saying that as a journalist.
The Accra region.
So you don't need an MPP
he's
person
been to the Bono region.
I'm saying that you don't need an MPP person.
The NDC who are crisscrossing the country. Nana Jane is also campaigning.
Where?
In I'm not sure where she is now.
If you want to,
so I'm saying that
you can ask.
You could tell that.
No, but I mean, you can't say that the NDC are not
in this country. In this country today, if we are talking about top 5 journalists, you are one of them. But you know that Dr. Bawumia is in Ashanti region, but you don't know where Mahama is because campaigner Tonsio.
Really?
You don't even know where he is.
Really?
Do you know where he is?
The campaigner Tonsio.
Tonsio. Do you know where he is?
You are saying the NDC campaigner Tonsio.
Where is the woman?
Are the grounds looking good for the MPP? When you do your campaign, are the grounds looking good?
According to Afrobarometer, the Afrobarometer CDD, they said 85% of Ghanaians who will vote are looking at who will protect the free senior high school.
Mm-hmm. But the majority of Ghanaians are also saying the country is headed in the wrong direction.
Yes, but they said those who will vote to determine are looking at who will protect the free senior high school. It doesn't mean I am complaining that I don't have anything in my pocket. Doesn't mean if I say I don't have anything in my pocket doesn't mean I can feed. That's the difference. You understand? The Ghanaians are looking at.
If you don't have anything in your pocket, how will you feed?
No, I may have food in the house.
But you need money to buy the food.
I may have food in the house whilst today I don't have anything in my pocket. So what I'm saying is that Ghanaians are looking at who will protect the free senior high school before they even determine who will vote. And it is glaring that the NDC is against the free senior high school. How? From their pronouncement. But you see,
let's go to the issues of the day.
Lantam, you were in this country when they sponsored for something adverts against it. Now, after we even started the implementation, former President Mahama is on record to have said in Cape Coast that if he had 2 billion, he would not invest it in free senior high school. Now, fast forward, when the student passed highest in the Fourth Republic, former President Mahama said that they were taught. He wanted them to fail. The same person is telling us today that he will be able to protect it. That is the reason the president is asking, Mr. Mahama, where do you stand?
He says
on free senior high school, where do you stand?
They will improve the free senior high school.
Why will you improve something that you said that the student who pass don't deserve to pass?
You are just engaging.
You are saying that the student who pass do not deserve to pass, and you are now telling me that you protect the one going to Achilles Senior High School now.
I mean, they say they will abolish the double track system, for example.
That is a recipe for chaos. That is when you will even collapse it. Because I'm telling you that the reason the double track came on board is that the government has made a decision that no student after junior high school will stay at home. However the situation, the person will have to be in school. If you come and you say you are abolishing it, you are telling us that some people will have to go and sit at home.
Well, they say that they will do that by putting up the necessary infrastructure to accommodate the numbers. Which
so how many
have not been able to do.
So it means when he comes first year he can't do that. We are not be able to do that.
Well, they say there are a lot of projects because
I know you have interviewed the Get Fund administrator here
because
before.
Get
Fund had
done
able to
complete projects, and so they will come and complete.
That's even a lie. I just don't want to say that's a lie because you see. The same NDC were telling us that we have collateralized Get Fund to complete projects. We took $1.5 billion to complete projects. Over 1,200 projects. The man was in your studio here and he spoke to you about the project. There is no senior high school in this country that do not have Get Fund project that completed or ongoing. And you are telling me that you come and abolish double track. You are telling us that the students 1,000 are in Amas. You are telling us that the 1,000 in Amas, when you come, you will make sure that only 500 goes to school. Because what will you get a classroom for the others when you come into just 3 months?
So the NDC will destroy free SHS.
But you don't even need anyone to tell you that someone who said it cannot be done, someone who said he doesn't think it is sense, there is sense in putting 2 billion, committing 2 billion into the development of our children. Someone who said that the children who passed took a poor to pass. cannot protect that policy.
But they say they started the free senior high school progressively. They've always been for progressively free senior high school, and they actually even started free.
So that is what they will want to send us to.
Piloted
so
they've never been against it.
So that's
what seeking to improve it.
So that is what they want us to go. 42 cedis for every student. That's what they want us to go.
Now that it has
42 cedis for day students.
There are problems.
No, I'm
with
saying
the free
that
senior high
42
school policy,
cedis,
and they will improve it because now there are issues with
Lantam.
feeding. There are
no issues of feeding. There are no issues of feeding. Which school did they tell you that they don't feed them? They feed them 3 times a day. At Chimotal School, they feed them 3 times a day.
Well, you know that
at Terensua Senior High School,
and parents were complaining. There was a time that even there were issues with buffer stock. You know, but there were issues with feeding. There is
no policy in this
record. You know. You know that there were issues with feeding and getting food. There's no policy. There are reports that will even regard to the feeding because it is quite difficult. There are certain schools that people are eating rice morning, afternoon, evening.
Yes.
So there are issues with the free senior high school policy.
Even with the hosting of this program, you may have challenges, but people will see you do everything seamlessly. The reason is that you work in a human institution where there are supposed to be challenges to be overcome. How many times have you heard that now that the food doesn't go again, or people eat the same food for throughout the day? You see, people like Amwani, who was in a village, who walked 10 kilometers to the senior high school, whose mother told him, stop the school because I cannot be able to really take care of you. He said, no, if I go to that school, I'll get food to eat in the afternoon. But if I follow you, I'll go and eat cassava in the village, in the farm. He kept on and did that. Today, he's doing his master's. He wants to be like Dr. Baumia in economics. Yes, he got first class in UK. And they have offered him a scholarship to do his master. He says he wants to be an economist. That people are the reason we're doing free senior high school. If you tell me that there are some people who will be able to pay, former President Mama says that people will be able to pay, so we'll look at those who will be able to pay. If you think you will be able to pay, send your child to private school. Okay, it is not meant for you. If you can pay, there are a lot of private schools in this country.
Right.
Send yourself.
Let me bring you. Of course, you're hearing what Awal is saying. You know about the free senior high school policy and the issues that your party has raised about the free senior high school policy. It's of the firm belief that the NDC doesn't believe in free senior high school, and you will cancel it should you have the chance. What is your response?
Yeah. Good morning to our viewers. First and foremost, I'm not here to respond to Awal per se. I believe we have topics to discuss.
Yes.
But let me just...
once you have spoken, I know that that's why I'm giving you the opportunity to respond. Yes, I think it's fair. If you don't want to respond to, we can move on.
I'll respond to it. But I just want to put it on record.
Yes.
We have topics to be discussed. If you come here, there's some kind of an agenda, asking some leading questions and all of that. But anyway, just to respond, NDC has a clear policy. We have not said that we are going to abolish the free SHS. No, we talk about improving it. If our sits here today and says that there's no problem with feeding, the good people are watching. The people of Ghana are watching this program.
Did I say that?
Well, hold on. The good people of Ghana are watching this program. Whether or not the quality of food that is given to our children is okay, they are watching. It's not up to somebody to sit here and say they feed 3 times a day. And we all know. Sometimes if you see the soup, very watery and all of that, the free SHS is a very good program. I mean, to be very honest with it, with everyone, it's a very good program. But this election, as we've said, it's not just about education. The economy all over the world, and you need somebody who can protect the economy. We've had in 2016, Dr. Baumia came. They said, "Oh, this is the economist." Now he's running away. He doesn't talk about the economy. Look at the inflation rate as we speak. When they came, prepared in 2017, one cedi was how much in dollars? 4 cedi to $1. Yes, to $1. Today you need about 17 Ghana cedi. That's why President Mahama said this election is about the economy. Look at the inflation rate. Today they're all running away. And the only thing they want to hold on to is free SHS.
Inflation is 21.5%.
Is how much?
21.
Exactly. Look at the price of cement. At the time we're living power, cement was about 16 Ghana cedi. Today you need about 120 Ghana cedi to buy 1 bag of cement.
Where?
You understand?
20. From 100 to 120.
Even if it's 100 Ghana cedi, look at the marginal increment and the purchasing power of of consumers has keep on dropping because the price of electricity is high. Prices of water. 1st October, just this 1st October, the government has increased utility prices. So if we are talking about the economy and everything, fresh teachers, don't worry. December 7th is near. We are not stupid in this country. That's what President Mahama said. That this election is about the economy. It's about the economy. We are not kids. You came here having lectures at Central University, moving around when the fundamentals are weak. Today you sit here, you want to hide behind free teachers. You think we are joking in this country? You're not joking. Look, last year when I wanted to purchase about $5,000, I spent barely about, at the time I think it was 15 cedi or so, or 12 cedi. Today you need about yes. Today you need more than 70,000 to get just $5,000. If you want to buy a ticket now, ticket in 2016 to the US, about 12,000 Ghana cedi, you have your ticket. Today you have to cough over 300 million, over 30,000 Ghana cedi to purchase tickets. These are the serious issues that we are talking about. Everything is down. People can no longer build. Look at the cost of rent. Yes, we have the Rent Act that says that no landlord should take more than 6 months rent advance. But the government has not been able to provide the enabling environment. So you and I know that if you want to rent in this country, you need to pay 2 years advance. Nobody will take the 6 months, even though there's a law. There's a law that says that don't take more than 6 months rent. But if you want to go by the law, you will not get a place to sleep in this country. So people are forced to pay 2 months rent. And these are the key issues. And running a government is a full stretch. You don't just hold on and say fresh teachers and come and sit here and say fresh. No. Anyway, thank you.
But dovetailing into, the conversation about the elections, right? Just 30 days to the election.
Yes.
And the NDC seems very confident of winning the election.
Yes.
The MPP also is very confident of winning the election. But what makes the NDC so confident that you're going to win this election?
No, because we have a superior policy, superior track record, and I mean, we've gone around this country, we've traversed the length and breadth of this country, and we have no doubt that the NDC is well placed to reset this country.
What needs resetting? What about the country needs resetting?
I've just mentioned it. I've just told you that the economy. I've told you about the exchange rate. I've told you about the cost of living in this country. You understand? And let me tell you what happens if prices of utilities go up. When prices of utility goes up and there's no corresponding increment in wages, the purchasing power of employees drops. And same applies to even corporate institutions. For them, what we call the contribution margin drops. Contribution margin is the difference between revenue and variable costs. It drops. And contribution margin is used by corporate bodies or companies to determine whether or not to increase salary of their workers. It's also determine whether to take in more new employees and all of that. So we call it the multiplying effect. If you go and check the unemployment rate, it's high. And these are all factors that contribute to that. So it's not just about saying just because we are campaigning we are winning. No, it's because that we have superior policies to run this country and our track record. And people came into power on the basis of lies. They told us that they were going to move Ghana from taxation to what?
Production.
To production. Thank you. They told us one village, one dam.
They've not been able to do that?
Exactly.
They've not been able to move Ghana from taxation to production.
My brother, look at the number of taxes they've added. In this country, we're told that if we pass e-levy, once e-levy is passed, we don't need to go to IMF. We were told this. What happened? As soon as e-levy was passed, they made a U-turn and went to
They said the passage of the e-levy delayed.
Look, it's because
the NDC actively campaigned against the e-levy to cause disaffection for it, and so it affected how people received the e-levy.
And the worst of it is that this government do not even listen. Their own MPs in parliament, over 80 of them, had a press conference, said, we don't want the finance minister. That their constituents have told them that Ken Ofori-Atta, finance minister, as he then was not fit for purpose. That was what they told the people of this country. The president did not listen. The president did not listen. Even if you don't want to listen to the NDC, because you think that everything's about election, everything's about opposition. Your own people, your own members of parliament said that, look, their constituents are telling you that remove the finance minister as it then was. What did he do? He said no. You wait. The country is a meltdown. We have admitted that we are indebted. We cannot pay our debts before you kind of reshuffled him. So this is what the Ghanaian people are talking about. This is what the Ghanaian people are talking about. We have proposed a National Women's Bank. Because access to credit now is very, very difficult, Lantam. You know, and I have moved across this country. Market women will tell you that, look, if they want small support, 5,000 cedis, 4,000 cedis, to invest into their business, they find it very difficult. What we will call large provision shops, I believe you get what I'm talking about, those shops, they need some very small sums of money, 4,000, 5,000. They cannot even access it at the bank. And in some cases, the interest rates are quite higher. But the NDC is promising a National Women's Bank with a lesser interest rate to support women. And you know that once our mothers are well to do, it also brings some kind of peace and support to the family at home. So basically this election is about our track record and the things we've promised to do. That is the most important thing as far as this election is concerned. And President Mahama stands tall. He's a trustworthy leader. He's somebody that you can trust to perform and to lead this country. Thank you.
Wow. What makes the MPP so confident that you'll win the election?
Thank you so much.
30 days to go.
Lantam, before I get there, let me just push something out, because my brother mentioned that the dollar was 4 cedis at the time. In their time, 4 cedis 40 pesos, right? Now it is 17 cedis. So it means the country has deteriorated. One thing that I want to put across is that when the dollar was 4 cedis, the entire country had only 55 ambulances. Today, the dollar is 17 cedis. We have every constituency, including where you hail from, has an ambulance. That is one. Two is that when the dollar was 4 cedis, you couldn't even provide chalk for students.
Is that true?
You couldn't provide chalk for teachers to teach.
It's not true.
You abolish nurses allowance and teachers allowance. The teacher who will labor and pass through the school will complete school, come out, will work for 3 years. You pay the person 3 months when the dollar was 4 cedis. Today 17 cedis.
Because of the
when we employ a teacher within 3 months, the person gets his allowance.
So is that a justification for the dollar being at 17 cedis?
No, I'm telling you that we see progress today.
So is it? It's okay for the dollar to be at 17 cedis?
No, I'm saying that we see progress today. The dollar is 17 cedis, but we see progress than when the dollar was 4 cedis. That's the point I'm driving at. Because per capita income at that time, when the dollar was 4 cedis 40 pesos, was $1,900. Today, per capita income is 2,400. We see progress in that. That is the most important thing. The Ghanaian will want to see the ambulance. The Ghanaian will want to see hospitals, not the dollar. Because you want to travel outside, so you want to buy tickets and so on. So you are worried.
No.
I am telling you that. We have managed. Look.
But Ghanaians are also worried about the rate
for the last 2 years.
We import in this country. You are not producing. You are not producing.
For the last,
you are not worried. You are not producing.
Hold on.
Lantam, for the last 2 years, we have seen stability of the dollar.
How?
Okay. So December 2022, the dollar was at 16. You remember when we were buying a liter of oil?
He's proud of it.
At 23 cedis. You remember?
He's proud of it.
From that time up to today, it's around 16. Take it 17. So if it is 17 today, for 2 years, have you ever heard it in the history of this country that there is stability for 2 years is still at the same place?
Stability or failure?
Not a
stability or failure.
If you are a business person, you understand that what they need is a stability.
You're talking about ambulance.
The businessman is looking at stability of the city.
Ambulance that
not for it to come to one city to one city.
If it's because of
the stability he wants, so that if he is going to import,
Wonder, please allow him to make his points. He was very quiet.
If I am going to import today, and I know that I go and import at 1 cedi 17 cedis, $1 17 cedis. And tomorrow I am coming back and I'm selling it, and I will still go back and do it at 17 cedis. That is what the businessman wants. Not that tomorrow it will go to 18, 19, and it will throw his
But the businessman also complains about the fact that the dollar is too high.
Yes.
And it has made the cost of doing business difficult. And we know that the dollar appreciating against the cedi has a ripple effect on the prices of almost everything in this country, because
when
we are import-driven economy.
That
is why people continue to complain that times are hard.
What I'm saying is that
is it okay for the dollar to be at 17 cedis?
I am saying that I'm saying that the importer or the exporter,
you can't say that the importer or the exporter
they should go for the ambulances.
Want stability. Yes, they want stability.
That's what they want.
But you cannot say that they don't want the dollar to come down. The dollar rate to come down.
Pharmaceuticals, and I'm telling you the
every
prices
single
of medicine.
businessman wants the dollar to come down.
They'll bring the ambulance.
I am into pharmaceuticals, and I'm telling you that the prices of medicine has remained where it is for the last 1 year.
So
that is what the Ghanaian wants.
No.
So that at least tomorrow. But there's a difference between us and Europe.
They want it to drop.
No. There's a difference between us and Europe. When you go to Europe,
told you?
You buy something today. In the next 3 months, 4 months, you still buy it at the same price. Because there is some stability. And that's what they want. You understand? So that is one.
So you're saying the Ghanaian is not interested in prices coming down?
The Ghanaian is interested in how we can improve the
prices
economy.
coming down?
The Ghanaian is interested in how we can improve economy, how we can get better water, how we can get better roads.
Yeah, how can improve the economy? So let's stay on that. How the Ghanaian is interested in how you can improve the economy.
Yes.
And the Ghanaian today, when asked questions about the economy, believes that the country is headed in the wrong direction. Believes that this administration has performed poorly when it comes to the management of the economy. And I'm saying this based on the latest Afro Barometer
based on the perception,
which says that more than 80% of Ghanaians believe that this country is headed in the wrong direction.
So we have
and this country has not managed, or this government has not managed the economy
so
well.
When you draw this conclusion,
that's a verdict on Nana Akufo-Addo and Dr. Bawumia's handling of the economy.
We have 32 million Ghanaians. 2,400 people were sampled. The 2,400 people had their views.
Yes.
And it is the views of 2,400 people.
That is how research is done.
That is perception. So if you make it a reality, you make a mistake.
Which research anywhere has been done with everybody involved in it?
So that's what I'm saying.
Research, you know how research
let's tell
is
the
done.
viewer.
You've done research. You've done research before, and you know how research
let's
is
tell
done.
the viewer.
So are you doubting the credibility of the Afro Barometer survey as a representative of the general views of the Ghanaian people? Is that what you're doing? You are doubting
Solutions said that Kamala Harris will win, and she lost. Fitch Solutions, they did the survey, did everything. They interviewed people within America, almost a near perfect society where when you interview people, they tell you the real things.
Let me educate him on this.
They lost.
All the posts, all the leading posts in the US.
Hold on, Wonder, please.
You understand?
Wonder, please.
So what I'm saying is that
Afro Barometer has not said who will win the election.
Yes.
They have done a survey on how
and
people
2,400
what is
people
going
are
on in
saying,
the country.
80% of the 2,400 people are saying that they think the country is moving the wrong direction.
When you put it
and
that
I'm telling
way,
you that
when you put it that way,
yes.
you want to say that it's only a small number of people
but who did
believe
they
that
interview?
the country is moving in the right direction. But you know that what I want to put to you, because I know that we are all engaging in a discourse here. All of us have gone to school. All of us have done research before. You did research work before. Exactly. Yes. And you know how research is conducted.
Yes.
If you cannot do a research, why am I even explaining this? You know. So I don't understand why you are putting it in that context.
I am talking to the
only
viewer.
a small number
I am
of people.
talking to someone watching
Barometer's research is not reflective of the generality of Ghanaians. Is that what you want the people who are watching to believe?
I am speaking to the person watching me from Paga, who has free senior high school, who has a motorable road, that 2,400 people were sampled. Out of the 2,400, about 80% of them said that the county is
not moving in the right direction. Why do you keep on stressing on that?
But I will have to tell the people to understand this.
Research you know.
Why are you also worried that I am telling the people the sample size?
No, because I want to, yes, I don't care about the sample size, but I want you to put it in the right context because you know how research is done.
Yes.
Research, there is always a sample size which is reflective of the larger population, of the larger demographic of people who are being researched on.
Yes.
So if you paint the picture that it is only a small group of people who were asked, and because of that it is not reflective of the generality, then you are not being fair to the viewer who is watching you.
Lantam.
Because you know how research is done.
Lantam.
That's all I want to be established.
A skilled research, because if you go I'm coming. If you go to an MPP area, and you do a research on who will win the elections, you may certainly get the outcome that this person will win the elections.
That is true.
So that at least when you do, that's the reason Global Info Analytics will tell you that Mahama will win in Oforukro because he went and interviewed NDC people. But he did the research.
We are not talking about Global Info Analytics.
I'm saying that he did the research.
We are talking about Afrobarometer.
It
so
is
let
the
me ask you this directly.
that he did.
Let me ask
that
you.
Shows that Oforukro, Mahama will win in Oforukro.
We are not talking about Global Info Analytics. I introduced the Afrobarometer survey as reflective of how the people of Ghana feel about the direction of the country. It is not the total reflection. Now I'm asking you, do you doubt the credibility of the Afrobarometer survey as reflective of how Ghanaians feel? Do you doubt it?
I don't doubt it, but I'm saying that.
So then why are you talking
I don't doubt it because they spoke to 2,400 people. Out of the 2,400, 80% of them, 80% of that 2,400 people said this. Again, we said we're moving from taxation to production. And we have introduced a lot of taxes. Let's put it on record that between 2017 and 2022, we have not, and 2021, we have not introduced a single tax, new tax, no. We have abolished 17 taxes, but we have not introduced a single tax.
Between
2017 and 2021, we did not introduce a single tax. After 2021, we have introduced about 8 taxes. 8 new taxes after COVID-19. We brought in the COVID-19 levy. We brought in the e-levy. We brought in the Ebola, the sanitation levy, and some few other.
You are still paying for COVID, though.
The betting tax, all of those.
I mentioned the COVID.
That's what I'm saying. And I'm telling you, even though COVID is over, we are still paying for COVID.
It is not over because
COVID is not over.
Which constituency are you coming from?
COVID is not over. Is that your case?
Then I tell you what we are doing with the COVID money there.
At the port, people are still paying for COVID tax.
The COVID money. Is being used
across the world. Nobody is paying COVID tax. Only Ghana across the world.
I was quiet.
No, you are asking me questions. You are asking me where I'm coming from.
I'm saying that. You didn't even answer that. I'm saying that there are 17 hospitals ongoing in Ashanti region, which is financed by the COVID-19 levy. The Agenda 111 hospitals is being financed by the COVID-19 levy. That's what we're using that money for. So that's the reason COVID is not there, but we still have to really finance these hospitals. Have you ever heard us say that we have gone for any loan to construct those hospitals? 26 are ready now.
Under your regime,
there is no government in the history of this country that has constructed more than 10 hospitals.
Do you know our national debt
in the entire 8 years? There is no government in the history of this country that has constructed more than 10 hospitals. No government has constructed more than 10 hospitals.
OT has no regional hospital.
Over 20 as I speak.
In spite of all of this, OT has no regional hospital. We are just from OT. No regional hospital in OT.
Is that? OT was just.
When was OT created? The cost of the National Cathedral, that whole, can be the regional hospital in OT. The cost of the National, that whole, can be. You are from OT. There's no hospital in the OT region. You see. Shameful.
There's no hospital in
OT. No regional hospital. You know, OT, very shameful.
They have been voting for you since 1992. What did you do?
Very shameful.
Are you not even ashamed of yourself to talk about there's no hospital in a place that has been voting for you since 1992? Are you not ashamed of yourself?
The cost of the whole of the National Cathedral.
I'm saying that. Are you not ashamed of yourself that people who have been voting for you from 1992 do not have hospitals? Are you not ashamed of yourself? Did we collapse all the hospitals? Did we pull down all the hospitals that you consulted for them? Did you collapse that hospital?
During our regime, you know, OT and Vota was one. So there was a regional hospital and there were other hospitals.
And we are constructing.
And when you create
there is a new hospital
that comes to development. Look. You don't just create regions. Very shameful. You don't just create regions.
Don't you know that there is one regional hospital at the construction at the general one?
It's still on the plywood. He's still on the plywood.
Which is
You came with designs. He's still on the plywood.
Lantam. This man is becoming shameful.
All right.
So for you to tell me that there is no single hospital in Otirigin, the people who have been voting for you.
Finish his points. I'll come back to you.
I'm not surprised. It's true. I'm not surprised.
Wanda, let our finish his points.
I watched GHOne TV news when Dr. Baumia went to Pasa, that is in Kwantanov. The chief spoke and he said that their district, they have been voting for NDC since 1992. That district was created by MPP. When you are entering Pasa Township, on the right-hand side, we are constructing a 101 hospital over there, which has been roofed. I saw the video on this network because I watch your TV very well. And it is all over. I have the video here that the Pasa chief mentioned that they don't have hospital in the area. And we are constructing the Agenda 111, which has been roofed.
You know what the same chief told us?
You understand?
Not even the road that we left, not even a single trip of sand has been poured on that road.
So from 1992,
from the road that
from
we did,
1992 that they've been voting for you.
You've been in power for 8 years, not even a single trip.
You have been in power for 16 years.
You sent one.
You did 16 years over there. What did you do for them?
You said
16 years.
You said you were competent. You said you were competent. You were giving mandate. You couldn't even pour one trip.
All right, we are dovetailing too much into other areas.
You couldn't pour one trip of sand.
We are not yet.
On that road. One trip of sand.
My brother is saying that women.
He said you are competent. Come back to your original point.
You said you are competent
for me.
Yes.
And then I'll.
So my brother is saying that.
So can you please just be quiet for this round? For at least the next 2 minutes, be quiet.
That's fine. That's the reason I've been writing. You see, I've been writing because I know that. He said
so that it doesn't get too chaotic.
Exactly.
I've allowed you room to do your banter, so it's okay. Thank you.
He said they are proposing a women bank. How do you trust NDC, especially former President Mahama, for a women bank? He appointed a certain woman who was heading an institution that was created by President Kufuor, Maslock, which was sitting under the office of the president. That woman was working directly under former President Mahama. When there was an inferno in Makola, she was given some amounts of money to share to market women. According to the court records, she embezzled that amount of money and she has been jailed. So how do you trust someone like this to give you a women bank? Former President Mahama, who appointed that woman who was working under his office, embezzled that amount of money and has been jailed by a competent court of jurisdiction. We don't trust them. We are proposing an SME bank. We have the track record because we brought in Maslock. We have the track record that small and medium scale loans.
So the SME bank replace Maslock?
No, it's not going to. This is a bank. Maslock is just
so Maslock will still exist?
It will still exist.
Will that not be a duplication?
It is not a duplication. This is an SME bank that will specifically give loans to small businesses.
But that's what Maslock is for, isn't it?
Yes.
So is it not a duplication?
No, Maslock will be there. This one will be a commercial bank, just like any bank. Maslock is not a bank.
Yeah.
This one will be like.
But the purpose,
like any
because
other
it was
bank.
Still for small and medium scale enterprises, businessmen who need loans to be able to.
So this one has a different scope.
That's why I'm asking you whether it's.
This one has a different scope. This one will not sit under the office of the president. This one will be a commercial bank that will deal in all these. Because we have promised we'll establish 2 banks. One is the Minerals Development Bank that will help within the minerals area, where they will bring in gold catchers, machines, and so on, so that they will be able to give it to the miners, so that the miners will mine, will take that gold from them, buy from them, use it for our gold for oil and gold for reserve. The program that we are proposing. So these are the reasons why we think that if you vote for us, we'll be able to really steer the affairs of this country. We have started work already. Work is ongoing. For instance, the hospitals. When you check the number of hospitals that President Kufuor left, he left 12 hospitals for when he was leaving. For the entire 8 years of the NDC, they couldn't complete a single one. We have come to complete them. So if you trust NDC with
for the 12 years of NDC,
for the 8 years of the NDC, they didn't complete a single hospital that President Kufuor left.
Okay.
I said before left hospitals.
Okay.
They didn't complete
those
a single one.
But
Not
they
even a
built
single
their
one.
own hospital.
They didn't even build a single one. They only built the Shai Osudoku Hospital. For the entire 4 years of the Mahama administration, the only hospital he was able to build and complete was the Shai Osudoku Hospital. There is no single hospital that is able to start and complete. Ridge Hospital expansion. It is the hospital is just here. It used to be 250 bed hospital, and it was expanded to 400 bed hospital. The old blocks are still there. It was in
UGMC.
2011. Yes, it was in 2011 that Mills started. We have to come and complete it because by the time we
UGMC.
No, here Ridge Hospital. When you check, it was inaugurated in 2017. UGMC. The second phase.
So President Akufo-Addo completed the Ridge Hospital.
Yes, go and check. The plaque is there. Everything is there, and maybe you can check from your archives when it was inaugurated.
So the Ridge Hospital should be credited to President Akufo-Addo.
Mills started it.
Ridge Hospital should be credited to
Ridge Hospital expansion.
So then people are praising Mills.
If you're talking about expansion of
but you know, a chunk of the work was done by the Mahama administration.
It was done
for
by
the Ridge
Mills administration.
And people are not defending Mills.
Because you have taken him out.
Politics.
You want to appropriate all the projects.
And the
UGMC, the second phase was done by us. The first phase was done by them. You remember when we even took over government, the project was not complete. Even the first phase was not complete when we took over. You remember a certain gentleman went.
So what does the second phase entail at the UGMC? What was done by the Akufo-Addo?
The equipment that was brought in, because you see, when we came, it was only the building that was standing.
But wasn't the UGMC already operational before?
It was not. Check your records. In 2018, a certain gentleman went and stood with a placard. You remember saying that you should open it. So when was that? If it was operational, how did that gentleman go and did that?
But don't you remember that there was also
the demonstration that you covered. The demonstration that you covered.
There were
the one that you covered.
There are equipment and everything in there, but the UGMC is not operating, and they were wondering why the UGMC wasn't operating.
You told me that you were saying that it was operational before we came. It was not operational.
In terms of having equipment there and all of that.
We bought the new equipment. That is the second phase. Buying the new equipment and finishing up, and we inaugurated it. We have completed the Upper West Regional Hospital. That was started by Kufo. NDC didn't complete it. We had to come and complete it. Hospitals in Ashanti region, the Tapa Hospital, which was started by Kufo. That hospital too, we came and completed it. The Konongo Hospital, which was started by Kufo, we came to complete it. So if we trust the NDC with the 101 hospitals across the country, they will not be able to complete.
So you say the NDC doesn't have a track record of doing hospitals?
Completing
so
when they even
the bank hospital.
The bank hospital is an institutional hospital, which has nothing to do with any central government. There is no single budget that has captured the bank hospital. No single budget. So it is the institution that decided to build the hospital. They bought the land in 2007, started everything. That's why I will not show this building, the Bank of Ghana building over here. I will not show it and say it's part of our achievements, because it's an institution.
So what is the state of the Agenda 111 hospitals?
26 of them will be ready in the next 2 weeks.
26
of them will be ready.
So you're talking about trust, right?
Yes.
The president announced that he was going to build 86 hospitals.
Yes.
In a specified time.
Yes.
It didn't happen.
Yes.
What did revised the hospitals?
They are ongoing, but you're asking me what is they are ongoing.
Then it was revised to 111.
Yes.
And he gave a time frame.
Yes.
Up till now, it hasn't happened.
Okay, so you
are now telling us that 26 of them will be ready before what? Before President Akufo-Addo leaves office.
Yes.
And you're talking about trust. So if someone says, I'm going to build 86 hospitals because of COVID and it will be completed in a year, and then it comes, and then nothing has been done in that regard.
Nothing has been done.
And then, and then it is revised.
It has not been completed.
Yes, and it has been revised.
If you say it has not been done.
Let me finish my question.
Yes.
And it has been revised to 111.
Yes.
And up till now, we haven't seen the completion of any.
Yes.
And you are now telling us that 26 will be completed by the end of the year.
So let me tell you.
How do we trust also the MPP when they say that they are going to do something?
Because when we came in, Kufo left 12 hospitals which NDC abandoned, and we came to complete them. Now we have started our own hospitals, and I'm telling you 26 will be ready. Again, let me show you my own constituency what happened. When the contract was signed, everything was done.
Asawasi?
We're looking for a land. We got Nana Skwaramampong, he gave us a land at the back of CCC, the church. He gave us that land. Then the other contractors came, they said that place is swampy. They cannot really construct a hospital there. So they had to change the plan to airport, just around the Bayregium. So definitely so the project started only 6 months ago. When you come to Nima, Ayawasu East, we're looking for land. We didn't get the land. We had to roam and come around the Nima roundabout. Now the project has started at Nima. You understand? So it is not the case that because the president said that within 2 years we'll be able to complete. We're able to get all the lands, finish everything, get contractors on site. It is a vision that the president has espoused. When you go to Amenfi West, it has been completed. Hunter West, it has been completed, painted, and everything. If you go to Oforukrum, completed, painted. They are only waiting to put to fix the beds and other things. Yes.
Okay.
So the 26 will be ready.
So based on all of this, you believe that the MPP is on course to winning the 2024 election?
Sure.
Because Ghanaians are seeing the good work that the MPP
exactly in terms of health, in terms of security, in terms of education. These are areas that we have improved. But how do you improve on health when the economy is not in tatters? How do you build hospital if you don't have a robust economy? How do you have a robust security when the economy is in tatters?
So in spite of how people feel about the economy, you believe that these things will help
exactly these are
to
things,
come back to power.
If you talk about economy, you are talking about education, health. It's not macroeconomic stability. Economy is not only macroeconomic stability indicators.
Let me rephrase the economy.
Yes.
Cost of living.
Yes.
The day-to-day living of Ghanaians.
Yes.
The cost of prices in the market. The cost of fuel. The exchange rates. Salaries have not
so
gone up.
Macroeconomic stability.
I'm talking about the economy, the pocket economy of the ordinary Ghanaian.
So let me tell you. Let me show you.
Economy.
When the economy
and all
under the NDC,
these are bread and butter
cocoa prices under the NDC. Cocoa price was a bag of cocoa was 456.
Yes.
And at that time, they were selling cement at a cost of 30 cedis. When you do the extrapolation, you will not even get up to 15 bags of cement. Today, it is 3,000 cedis. And the cement is 1,000 Ghana. You can buy 30 bags.
But Cocoa Board is running at loss.
I'm talking about the cocoa. I'm not the poor cocoa farmer. You are asking me. You are asking me the cocoa farmer. You are saying that the pocket of the Ghanaian.
A general picture of the cocoa industry. No, because it all comes back to the pocket of the Ghanaian.
Don't do that. You are telling me that. You were saying that the pocket is dry, and I'm telling you that under the NDC,
Cocoa Board is posting losses.
Lantam,
Cocoa Board is posting losses. And production of cocoa,
the cocoa farmer, I'm saying that the cocoa farmer will get cocoa and will be able to buy 30 bags of cement at this time. Again, under S, the public sector worker is better off than under the NDC. When you check between 2017 and today, we have increased salary much more than the NDC. The NDC has done the highest they have done was in 2011 when it was around.
That's only for public sector workers.
Public sector workers. They are
public sector workers. Public sector workers. When it comes to the working population of this country, they are hover around 900,000.
Oh, but I started mentioning.
But when I talk about
I mentioned the cocoa farmer first.
Let's look at the entirety of Ghanaians, not just public sector workers who make up a minute amount of the general working force of the country.
When you said the Ghanaian, I started with the cocoa farmer.
Okay.
I am a public sector worker, and I'm moving to public sector, and I'm telling you what we have done within the public sector. Then I move to the ordinary 18-year-old, 19-year-old Ghanaian. I will move to that place too and tell you what we've been able to do with that.
Land on that for me, and let me come back
as
to
I speak.
Because I
10,000 of these people, 10,000 of Ghanaians, were trained under the Youth Employment Agency in 10 trade areas. We invited GHOne 3 weeks ago at Independence Square, and we presented all the accoutrements they needed to be able to set themselves up. We trained them, paid them 500 cedis every month for over a year. So this is what that person who was unemployed under Mahama, now he is skilled. As I speak, we have engaged 10,000 additional people. They are being trained. Every month we're paying them 500 cedis. They are being trained as tailors, carpenters, auto mechanics, and so on. So this is what we're doing to improve their lives.
Okay.
And the free senior high school, 5.7 million people, Ghanaians, benefited. By the end of this this term, you will have about 6 million Ghanaians benefiting from free senior high school. Okay. These are the improvements Ghanaians are seeing.
Let me come back to you, Wanda. Wanda, I know that, of course, you'd want to respond to some of the things that Awal has said. So
yeah, just as I started, I won't come here just to be responding to Awal, but I just want to put on record. I'm sure anytime we have programs here, there are topics you send to us and all of that. You said that, just for the record.
No, we are discussing. Hold on, Wanda. We are discussing right now the topic of both NDC and MPP claim victory for December 7 election, 30 days to the D-Day. So, what are the things that you are doing that you think Ghanaians will vote for you? It's a topic for discussion. We are on it. So, let's get to the issue. You don't have to enumerate the topics that we've set up for discussion. I know the topics. I'm the host, and we are discussing the issue. So, get to it, Wanda. Okay. Get to it.
So that's fine. Just to make this clear, you see, the National Women's Bank, for example, he raised the issue about credibility. We have no doubt that we have a leader that is trustworthy, that has the proven track record. And the Ghanaian people have accepted this policy proposal of the NDC. Look, under this current regime, the finance minister then, his own bank was breaking deal for us when we go to borrow. That was how bad it was. Just a week ago, I saw huge sums of money being paid as dividend to SNIT. I was so full of joy. A minister of state, minister for agriculture, wanted to buy Ghana's interest in the hotel. A minister of state, the narratives at the time was that the beach hotel was not working, was not profitable. Look at the amount of dividend that was paid to SNIT. These guys, just few months ago, the board chair of GMPC and the minister for energy were at crossroads, letters upon letters, accusing each other. You know the reason? They wanted to sell our shares to Petro SA. They wanted to share our shares in Petro SAs.
Intentions.
So if we don't stop these people, they will run this country down. Were you not happy as a Ghanaian that SNIT received that huge sum? He's just saying intentions. Were you not happy as a Ghanaian that SNIT received that huge sum? That man would have gone to Brian the Champon. Let's just say it clear. That man would have gone to Brian the Champon. This guy, they are crooks.
Some of it.
Yes, essentially.
Because he was buying
it took the people of this country.
So some of it.
It took the people of this country to stop. Yes. It took the people of this country to stop him, a minister of state. And these guys are here saying that they want another term. Can you imagine? Monies that are for pensioners. These guys want everything in this country. A minister. The president couldn't stop him. It took the people of this country to stop Brian Champon. And these guys have the courage to say they will not hand over. They should come and be saying those things again. Can you imagine? So I was full of joy when I saw the publication that SNIT got that money. That money would have gone to that guy. Yes! We need to face these guys. They are liars.
Lantam.
You see, he is talking about completion of projects. What has happened to Saglame? They said court cases and all of that. What has happened to it?
They said there was financial malfeasance.
Can you imagine? So prosecute them. 8 years.
Yeah, they are being prosecuted.
8 years.
Alaji Collins Dauda and co are still in court.
So
with
the
regard to the Saglemi housing project.
Police are struggling. They don't have places to sleep.
Who told you?
Hold on.
This time.
Oh, when you were speaking, I was quiet. Saglemi housing project. As you speak now, the cost of the project was done at the behest of the people of Ghana. There are a lot of people who do not have places to sleep. When they tell affordable housing, look at the cost. They mention the amount even in dollars. So why won't you give those places to Ghanaians who don't have place to sleep? I've just told you about the Rent Act. People are paying 2 years advance and we have projects lying there, so you are in court. And the project is getting rotten. This is how responsible they think they are. And you want us to give another 4 years? Go to Saglame. People were displaced quite recently. People were displaced along the Akosombo South area. They were struggling to get place to lay their head. Saglema is there rotting. You are just saying you are in court. So the project should rot. And you are here talking about.
They are looking for investors.
I'm happy
to come and take over the Saglema housing project. They are looking for investors.
He's here happy that hospitals has been completed and that they are here to buy beds. You see a structure there, well finished. Hold on, do you need investors before people sleep?
What is well finished?
Oh, my brother. Saglema is there completed.
Which?
People in this country, people study under trees.
Lantam.
Just last year, we were in Henry, part of Henry, and then what was this town? Trekume area. The MP and the MC came there. The whole community said that was the first time they had seen a block that was done by the MP. Of course, I believe that governance is continuing.
Like a classroom block.
Yes, I believe that governance is continuing. So when he was raising the issue about continuing projects, I was quite happy, to be very honest. But it should be consistent. That's why I referred him to Saglema. It should be consistent. And when we talk about running the country, and we are here saying that because you have given us ambulances, we should be quiet that dollar is 17 cedi. That is the logic of our. That because, that's what he said, that because he has given us ambulances. So you gave us ambulance so that if the dollar go high and we collapse, we can go, the ambulance can come for us. Those are his logic this morning. That because he has given Anglo, Cape Coast, he has given us ambulances, we should be quiet, we should be okay, we should be happy that the dollar has risen to 17 cedi. That's the logic of the MPP. That is why they want the people of Ghana to vote for them. What kind of WAP logic is this? That you've given us ambulances. Go for your ambulances. How kind of logic is this? If you can no longer manage the economy and you run away, you are talking about digitalization. Fine. But don't come and tell us that because you have given us ambulances, we should be happy that dollar is 17 cedi. You can say this. I was so shocked that one would say this. If you say, oh, you can no longer manage the economy. You are here. In this country, we're told that they've arrested the dollar. That's what they said. They said they arrested, sometimes they forget about what they say. They said they've arrested the dollar and they've given the key to the IGP. Is the key still with him? They said they've given the key to the IGP. Or now the key is with the deputy IGP. MPP make some kind of funny appointment. They've appointed the deputy IGP. Is the key with him now? That's what they told us. That they've arrested the dollar and they've given the key to the IGP.
I know deputy IGP is not, is not an appointment which is alien.
So I'm asking
to the police service. That portfolio has not been filled for some time.
That's fine. So
it's something that is allowed.
So I'm asking that the key is it now with the deputy IGP?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know where the key is.
These are the guys that we have in this country. Do so we could see, and we ask that they should give us the timetable. You see, because we understand that there can be challenges. Me, I try to be very objective. There can be challenges. Give us the timetable. Napo said we should bring our own timetable. Awal, before you leave today, I'll give you my timetable.
Okay.
I will give it to you, Awal. I will give you my timetable today.
Lantam.
No, wait. I will give you my timetable.
I'll take it. Lantam.
And
no, give it to Ghanaians. Tell the Ghanaians where you live so that they will know whether there is doom so there or not. I live at Papanko for the last 1 month. I have seen only
these are the kind of people that we have. And I'm so shocked. I'm so shocked. If you're not careful. And that's why I'm happy that we have a transition act. But today is the day that Nanado is supposed to put his handing over notes. Today. If you're not careful, these guys, these last days, the things they will do. Now we are in the midnight of the administration. Midnight. When we came, that all stretch, they told the contractor to stop. They want to do investigation. So the contractor stopped. Then after 2 years, they now told the contractor to go back on.
He's introducing a lot of topics.
Oh yes, but he said, when I asked about topics, he said, factors that will lead to your victory. Is that not it? So I'm telling you. So I'm telling you the factors. Because there's no way Ghana will vote for a government who wants his agric minister to purchase a state-owned hotel. Yes. There's no way. There's no way Ghanaians want to vote for somebody who say because he has given you ambulances, we should accept that dollar to cedi will be 17.
He's still repeating himself. Can I come in?
No, you are asking how it's related to the topic. So I'm trying to rehearse it for you to get it. Because if you sit here, if you want to talk, you can talk. Because if you sit here and say that, if you sit here and say that because,
let him finish.
If you sit here and say that because you have given us ambulances, we should accept the $17. And you say because it's stable. Can you look at the logic? Then just put the dollar at 30 cedi and say it's stable for 1 year. They are talking about how cost of petrol will come down. It's not about somebody buying tickets. How cost of petrol, and they are importing all these stuffs. How cost of petrol will drop. There's an impact of exchange rate on it. You said we were going to move Ghana from taxation to production. A former attorney general said it's not even about taxation to production. Now they've even moved from taxation to robbery. A former auditor general of this country said the NPP, if you look at how they've managed this country, they've moved Ghana from taxation to robbery.
All right.
They are not producing anything, and that is what is affecting the exchange rates. Look at the cost of cement. So if you are raising these key issues, if you want to admit that you failed on the economy, admit so, so that we know that, we are going to give you credit for implementing the free SHS. No two ways about it. I'll say that even in spite of all the challenges, I give MPP that credit. I don't have a problem at all. So if you admit that you are failed on the economy, fine. And now your campaign is centered on digitalization. These few days, they've shifted, they've put even the digitalization aside, they are now talking about free SHS.
Yeah.
Have you noticed that? When they've gone to the grounds, the people of Ghana have told them, they have nothing useful to add to apart from free SHS. They've gone to the ground, so they've shifted straight. They ran away from economy, they went to digitalization, now they are back to free SHS. And they think that Ghanaians are jokers.
All right, very well. Let's move on to our next issue. Let's talk about what's happening in Parliament. The Speaker yesterday held a press conference and talked about how he believes there is the President, that's the executive arm of government, and the judiciary have sinned. And they need to begin to atone for their sins and ask for forgiveness. He believes that there is a collusion between the executive arm of government and your judiciary to undermine Parliament and belittle Parliament, so to speak, with regard to all the brouhaha that is happening in Parliament with the vacant seat saga. Today, Parliament's recall will happen. It was triggered by the NPP side of the House. They got enough signatures to compel the Speaker of Parliament per the Constitution to recall Parliament. In all of this, the NDC is still insisting that they are the majority side of the House, even though there is a directive from the Supreme Court asking the Speaker to stay that decision to declare seats vacant. So, let me begin with you on this particular one. I'm pretty sure you followed the Speaker's press conference yesterday.
Yeah, I did, but just to clear something.
No, let's move on. I think we've had enough time to deal with the other issues. I will be going back. So let's deal
that he has raised.
Let's deal with this issue.
No, I cannot.
We've had enough time to.
You've given me my time, so I'll use.
Yes, and I want you to use the time to
just a minute. Just a minute to say. Just a minute to say.
So let's deal with the topic.
In reality, there is no politician in this country who is an NPP person who has been jailed for causing financial loss to the state or theft. But the NDC has 13 people who were jailed by a competent court of jurisdiction in this country. So if you talk about corruption, you are a lawyer, you understand it more than I do, that no one is guilty until proven guilty by a competent court of jurisdiction. The court jailed Danabodapi, the court jailed Chachuchikata, the court jailed Sipayanki, the court jailed Ibrahim Adams.
Thank you. I think
tell me a single person in NPP who has been jailed.
I think you've made your point.
For causing financial loss to the
I think you've made your points. Now let's come back.
Why will you abandon the co-housing project and come and establish Saglemi, which doesn't have?
I think they're probably you are not ready to talk about that issue. Wanda, yes. So let's go to Parliament. Let's talk about what's happening in Parliament. Yes, Wanda.
No, let him.
No. He's not ready to talk about Parliament. Okay. So let's talk about it.
Yeah, thank you very much. In respect of what's happening in Parliament, for me, one thing that I picked out yesterday, I'm sure a lot of people didn't pay attention or did not pick that aspect. Because if you look at the reportage today, it's like, oh, there's no constitutional credit. I mean, that's a great statement by the speaker. But something struck me yesterday. I was shocked when the speaker said the MPP leadership in Parliament, in the midst of all of this, has not gotten in touch with him. I was so shocked that I asked myself, and I said, indeed, there are different styles of leadership. I can say that I have no doubt that if Osechi Mensah-Bonsu was still the leader of the MPP in Parliament, I'm sure certain steps will have been taken. I'm not going to downplay the intelligence of Afenyo Markins, but I'm of the humble opinion that parliamentary works has to do largely on consensus building. I mean, no two ways about that. It's largely has to do with consensus building. As for the issues at stake, we've seen where the errors have been coming from. It's quite unfortunate that we've gotten to this part now. It is my hope that people come from behind the scenes and try to calm things down. But from what I'm saying, this parliament is technically dead. Yes, this is Parliament of the Fourth Republic. Because by law, after next week, they will have to go on recess to campaign. They will only reconvene after the election. Normally 3 weeks to election, Parliament don't sit. So technically, they have just about next week to sit. Then they all move back. Most of the things that happened could have been avoided. So what caught my attention yesterday, like I said, was the fact that the MPP side in Parliament, because even before they sit today, Speaker meets both sides. That's the understanding, the practice. That Speaker will meet both sides of leadership. Will meet leadership, then this leadership, and then the MPP leadership in Parliament before the House sits. So if in the midst of all this, the MPP side could not even reach out to the Speaker, then there's more room for improvement for the MPP. There's more room for improvement for the MPP. This, I don't want to put in politics in this. There's a reason. I mean, when it comes to parliamentary work and issues of the courts, because I'm an officer of the court, I'm very mindful. I do not want to put in politics. But what I would say is that it's quite shocking that the MPP side in Parliament has not gotten in touch with the Speaker in all of this. I mean, that's what struck me yesterday. But for the fact that it was coming from the Speaker, I would have said it's false. To be very honest, but for the fact that it was the Speaker himself, if it was any reportage, I would have said it's not true. But because it's coming from the Speaker, I mean, you have no reason to not believe him. But like I said, I don't expect anything new today, because the MPP has taken a particular stand. The last time they walked out of Parliament, that's a fact. So I don't expect anything new. But like I said, and one thing I keep saying, the parliamentary proceedings, parliamentary works is largely on consensus building. Let me tell you something. If it is even this issue about majority or minority, from the start of this parliament, this 8th parliament, mathematically speaking, none of the political parties had majority. It was 137, 137 from the start of the parliament. When the independent candidate indicated that he intends to work with the MPP in Parliament, he didn't say he had joined MPP. The Speaker declared them as majority group. Emphasis mine. Majority what? Group. So the MPP didn't even have the majority in Parliament. It was the Speaker that gave it to them. Because the independent candidate could not have resigned to join MPP. He would have lost his seat by that. So he said he intends to work with them. So the Speaker could have maintained the balance, and anytime it's time for decision, then the independent will break the tie. You get the point? But that's why I said it's lobbying, consensus building. And if you don't get this, that's why the Speaker is saying that, look, he doesn't determine where people sit. You see what will happen in Parliament today. No, but the court cannot go there and say, sit here, sit there. I said, we shouldn't have gotten here. And I'm very careful. I'm gauging my words very well. We shouldn't have gotten here because the majority MPP had all this while. The Speaker gave it to them. because at the polls they didn't get it. They got 137, NDC got 137. That is a fact. And the independent candidate did not join MPP. If he had joined the MPP, he would have lost his seat. No, I'm speaking law. The independent candidate said he intends to work with the MPP. And this is a novel situation. No,
that's supposed to be.
Hold on. If he intends to work, and this is a novel situation. It has never happened before.
It has not.
137, hang parliament. It has never happened before. Under the Fourth Republic.
Deciding to join.
No, for him deciding to join,
he is supposed to.
Yes. Listen to my words carefully. I'm saying that this situation of having equal numbers in parliament, 137, is novel. It's a grey area.
Yeah.
Okay. The independent candidate saying he wants to join is not novel. But when you say if you say you want to work with a particular political group, it's not novel. Independent candidates have been in parliament before. At every point in time, you choose which party to work with in parliament.
Yeah.
So that is not novel. Good. But saying you want to work with a certain political group does not mean you have joined a particular group in parliament to warrant a majority status.
No, it does.
Not necessarily. That's what I'm saying. It's a novel situation. It's a speaker. That's what I say. Parliamentary position. It's consensus building.
If you had joined NDC would have been the majority group.
You see, let me tell you something. For you to know that
that's the law.
Hold on. For you to know the essence of consensus building in Parliament, there could be bills that he may think he wants to vote. Even independent can say on this particular issue, I will go with the minority. He could have said that. Does that mean that at that point the minority will become majority? No. That's what I'm saying. It's a novel situation, and we give speaker that opportunity because this is a situation he had faced, which is quite new, and how he carried himself from the onset. Some of us really admired it, and we thought that parliamentary proceedings, because in any case, MPP had the executive, they've won. Another is president. So if you have the independent candidate who say you want to work with them and you declare MPP, even as majority in parliament, some of us were very much okay, because if you say you're a majority and you don't have the executive, how do even things work out? That is the importance of consensus building. I'm trying as much as possible not to go into the politics of it. Is if for so that
so you're advocating for consensus.
Yes, that is my advocacy. I'm sure Awal will agree with me on this. There should largely be consensus building. We should put the ego aside and work together. That's why I was shocked, and I'm saying this again. But for the fact that it was coming from the speaker, I will not believe that in spite of all of this, the MPP side in leadership of Parliament has not reached out to the speaker. Council of State have gone to the speaker. Pastor Reverend Yamiche. I mean, all these prominent Ghanaians have reached out to the speaker. Those who matter themselves, the MPP leadership, has not reached out to the speaker. I thought that we have different types of leadership. I'm very much sure. I mean, Awal is my friend. I'm very much sure Awal was in Parliament. Awal would have reached out to the speaker. I'm very much sure. I know Awal.
Right.
I know Awal.
Let me come back to you now, Awal. We are ready to talk about this now.
I know Awal.
So get to it.
Lantam.
We are already in the conversation,
Lantam.
so you don't have the leeway to dovetail.
What was the essence of that press conference? It was needless. Needless, if you ask me. Because you see, the central theme was that you believe in the supremacy of the Constitution. That was what the speaker said. Now, the Constitution is saying, I'm surprised that people are talking about separation of powers. It doesn't happen in Ghana. When you want to do strict separation of powers, it doesn't happen because
it doesn't happen anyway.
There is a concept of checks and balances, which the judiciary is supposed to serve as a check and balance on both the executive and the legislature. So you don't have absolute sovereignty for you to say that because we are the masters of our own rules. Yes, you are the masters of your own rules when you are presiding. But if you enact any law, the interpretation and everything has to do with the judiciary. You don't interpret the law. The moment you try to interpret the law, it means you are moving outside your own jurisdiction. The speaker will have to understand that he's a speaker of parliament. And whatever he does, whatever they do there is subject to interpretation by the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has original jurisdiction in any case.
No, and it's not true.
Whatever be the case, you will still have to
whichever
you do.
I'm just correcting that if you say Supreme Court have original jurisdiction in any case, if you say in interpretative matters,
that's what I mean. I'm talking about interpretation.
But if you say in any case,
no, I'm talking about interpretation because I'm talking about the interpretation of the interpretation of the proceedings in Parliament.
No, of the Constitution. You see, the Speaker has original in interpreting and enforcing the Constitution.
Yes.
So can go ahead.
Whichever law they enact, it is the judiciary that will have to give a clear interpretation of that. That's very important. Almost all the laws. So when you declared the seats vacant, and that is not also under your remit to do that, because you're supposed to. It's only the High Court. That's what the law says. It's only the High Court that can declare any seat vacant, even if political parties' rights to say that we have withdrawn this person. So what Speaker Okwe did was even wrong at that time. Yes, it was wrong because the party wrote that we have withdrawn this MP. But at that time, it is only the High Court that can declare that seat vacant. They will look at the situation that they will look at what the Constitution says and declare that seat vacant. So you can't just sit in Accra because Haruna Idrisu has petitioned you. You have a speaker who is an NDC person. So you think that you can give your people majority. How? That is what Dr. Bamia has said. That if you want majority, go on the campaign grounds and campaign and get absolute majority. You don't sit in Parliament and think that you can have majority for 6 weeks. The most important thing is the status quo must remain until next week, when the Supreme Court will come with a true interpretation of that article, so that everything will settle. It can change and make you majority if you want. We are waiting for the Supreme Court. But today, what Agboja is doing, I don't understand the kind of leadership you have put there. Agboja is behaving like a school prefect, like a compound overseer. For you to even sit and say, even today we are going to sit at majority. How? Who gave you that mandate? The court is he is also a lawyer. The court is saying that. Hold on. He's not a lawyer.
No.
Agboja, he's a lawyer from UK. I don't know.
It's a quant surveyor. It's a quant
surveyor. Okay.
Government Kwame Agboja is not.
It's not okay. So just by way of education.
Okay.
It doesn't mean I agree with what you are saying, but I'm just correcting.
Exactly. Yeah. So you see, the court is saying that hold on, let the status quo remain, let the MPs come and represent their people until an interpretation is done on the 11th of this month. So why the hurry? Because they have promised. I told you that the campaign is in tatters. Campaign not to assume.
Did you read that?
They just want to use that opportunity to tell their people that they have taken over Parliament. So use that to vote for us, because now the only person left is Mahama. So vote for Mahama. It will not wash because Ghanaians are watching. Ghanaians know what is happening. If you want absolute majority, go down there and campaign. As we speak right now, if elections are conducted today, we have a working majority in Parliament today.
No problem. How many days
I'm telling you this.
How many days more?
29 days to elections.
Don't worry.
If votes are conducted today, we have a working majority, absolute majority. No in the northern region, we will win by 12 seats.
No problem.
We'll add 3 to the 9 that we took the last time. It's 9 now. We'll add 3. And we'll move from 46% to 51.0%.
People are taking
this is the vote we will get, because looking at the trajectory where we came from. If we told you that we will get 9 seats in the northern region in 2020, you will never believe it.
Okay.
If we told you that we will win absolute majority in northeast, we had 6, you had 2 out of the seats. If we told you that if you go to Savannah region where former President Mama comes from, we'll get 3 out of 7 seats, you won't believe it.
And yet their present choice of speaker lost.
So I'm telling you that the mistakes that we did, where President Akufo-Addo won 20 seats, 20 constituencies in the central region, and we lost 11, that will not happen again. Ghanaians have seen what this speaker has done.
Right.
No wonder Muntaka has said that he is the worst speaker and a tyrant. This is what Muntaka told Joy FM. That he's a worst speaker and a tyrant. And
And he's exhibiting it because yesterday's press conference was needless.
Okay.
I didn't know what he was just communicating yesterday.
All right, very well. We'll have to be wrapping up our conversations here. Today, we'll be taking you live to Parliament to see how proceedings are going to play out because of that emergency recall. I know there's a lot of anticipation building up to see exactly how the House is going to conduct business today. And so GH1 TV will take you there. But we'll end the breakfast review segment here.
Lantam, just a quick
my
one.
guests in
just
the
a quick
studio.
one. I'm moving from here to a program which I've seen even GH1 as a partner. There is a Zongo manifesto forum here at the Kanda Mosque, where I am representing the MPP, whilst Mustafa, former Deputy Maslog, is representing the NDC. What we have for the people of Zongos, we have all the stakeholders coming,
right.
CDD, NCC, and others are organizing. So from here, I'm going straight there, and I'm the lead speaker for the MPP.
All right, very well.
Will
Thank you very
back
much.
the Zongo ministry?
The fund is there, which has a
okay.
They don't fulfill anything.
Mohammed is PRO and Wanda Victor Kuto Esquire is with the NDC. This is where we'll end the breakfast review segment. There's still more to come here on the show. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. You're welcome back to the show. You're still watching GH Today here on GHOne Television. Thank you very much for tuning in. We've got another conversation coming up. Of course, the NEIP has been engaged in a lot of activities, right? They've been engaged in doing quite a number of things, including the Kaya Empowerment Program. And this is a program where the Kaya are given training, they are equipped with the necessary skills to enable them to branch out into the business world and do well for themselves and leave the Kaya trade behind, among other things. So it's a whole program that has been instituted, of course, being spearheaded by the NEIP. And we want to talk about that this morning and the kind of impact that this program has had this morning. And so we've been joined in the studio by Mr. GHOne Boafo. He is a communications specialist with the NEIP. Mr. GHOne Boafo, good morning. Welcome.
Very good morning to you, sir.
Thank you very much for joining us here. And we're happy that you've joined us here for us to talk about this program. So, let's cut to the chase and get right on into it. The Kaya Empowerment Program, right? I tried to explain a little bit in my intro what it's about, but of course you are best placed to explain exactly what it is. So let's start from there.
Anyway, thank you for giving me the opportunity to be with you today. The Kaya itself is a very sad issue when you explain it to a lot of people in Ghana. Because we have the vision, the view that they are just headquarters.
Yeah.
But the sequence or the trend of the historical background within them so sad and very pathetic in that sense. Kaya ye. The Kaya in the Bani language means products, goods. So we're talking about a group of people who decided to migrate from the northern part of Ghana and descended to the southern part, mostly in Accra and Kumasi, Shanti region. So Kaya means products and goods. So when they go to Accra, the indigenous typical language in Accra is gone. So they used ye. That means Kaya ye. A product, a female carrying products. That's why the Kaya ye word came from. Now, these people came to all these various urban areas in search of jobs. And unfortunately for them, they learned themselves up to being headquarters in markets. So most of them came here for certain reasons, which are very difficult to explain. Or if in that respect, I could say they are very sentimental, emotionally tear-weeping. They came in here in search of jobs. And looking for jobs was quite a bit difficult because of the unemployment statistics in this country basically throws an index to the fact that without any proper laid up skillful jobs, you can't get a job. It's a very sad issue. So they got themselves engaged into all these various paid jobs, but very tiring one it was. So within the interim, the vice president of this country, His Excellency Mahmoud Bawumia, decided for his own apparent reasons and some dedicated lieutenants decided that the Kaya needed to be funded, but not just by funding financially, but to be given skillful experience, technical experiences, vocational experiences to be able to mold themselves to a level of acceptance. So these children or these young ladies was being supported by government through the legitimacy of government implementation to escalate or depress the unemployment history in this country. That's a very remarkable achievement. Now, as we speak now, these children have been given skillful employment right through bread making, baking, beading, pedicure and manicures, and various forms of technical abilities to move up or to escalate their level of intelligence.
Right.
So that when they leave what they are doing, they become job creators and not job seekers. Unlike the vice versa, when they came from the north, they were job seekers. But the vice president have gone to an extent of them being trained and be given packages and money in order to sustain the level of acceptance that every human being in life requires. As you speak to me now, are you not sad? Yeah? I posed the question that you find your own little sister coming down the north here with no option but to be a head porter. It's a very sad issue that everybody in Ghana would have to analyze that, not because of the partisan issue or the level of acceptance that you believe that it is not partisan. It's a care for human. It's a listening factor that every single person will have to listen and accord the fact that these children need assistance.
So is the point of this program to get them to stop the head potting business, to get them to stop it and to get them engaged in something which is more sustainable or something which is more substantial? Is that, the idea behind this program being spearheaded by the NEIP?
You've got it absolutely right. Now, NEIP had done this with some of our the vice president lieutenants, like Ghana Employment Agency. We had quite a few of them who actually joined us as partners. But we, as the implementers of all these skills and technical know-how, we are here to propagate, we are here to tell the whole country exactly what the NEIP, through the presidency, the vice president, had done. In fact, to be honest with you, this idea came up some years ago, but it was actually implemented in May 2024. In May, I think the 20th of May. So far from that time up to now, we've actually been through 6 cohorts. That means 6 sections. That all of them get graduates. They'll get graduated and given them funds and packages to move a life of acceptance. So we actually, at the moment, we actually on the 6th cohort, which we actually graduated them yesterday.
Right.
I think some of your representatives were there in Ashama. We graduated them yesterday. So you look at it, every single time that we pick up this there is the idea of training 600 people. So if you multiply 600 people right up to December, we will come to a halt. You multiply them, basically it means that we are engaging 5,000 young ladies. It's very sad. 5,000 of them who had practically nowhere to go in life.
And you are equipping them the skills that are necessary for them.
I'm sorry?
And you're equipping them with the skills that are necessary for them.
So that when they leave to go lead their own lives, they have a better livelihood. And as much as they have a better livelihood, it descends right up to even their children and also their mothers, their brothers, because they can look after their home. And guess what? They don't need to go and plead to anybody for jobs. They're actually job creators in that respect on their own.
So, I mean, what is the nature of the training that is given to them? How long are they trained? How well equipped are they? The skills.
That's a very good question. They actually train for 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
2 weeks. So basically, someone who is completely ignorant of baking, they are taught how to bake right from the beginning to the end. Somebody who wants to learn how to do hairdressing, they are taught right from the beginning to the end. We have various ones like makeup artists and everything, people who do soaps. Basically, the soaps are such that you realize that there are so many things in Ghana here, like palm oil. They are giving values of the palm oil, changing raw materials to have it to give it a value. So basically, you talk about these young ones setting an entrepreneurial agenda within them, so that when they graduate and they move up to leading their own better lives, they don't have to be job creators, but actually they don't have to job seekers, but actually jobs creators.
But one would wonder, within the 2 weeks, are they properly equipped with the necessary skills? Like the hairdressing, learning how to do nails, learning how to make makeup.
Yes,
people would believe that it
great,
would take much longer.
No, it won't take much
for
longer
them to be able to be
it doesn't take
with the skills
it doesn't sorry, it doesn't take much longer. Basically, we have actually employed great and good facilitators that are trainers who are giving them the aptitude that they require. That answer the question.
So within 2 weeks, somebody is able to get very skilled.
Yes, please.
In
fixing
nails,
right?
To the extent that they can branch out on their own and actually start doing
yes,
it
please.
themselves.
Yes, please.
Or they can learn how to be a hairdresser.
No, wait a minute. You're shoving stuff under my throat. Hold on. With these 6 disciplines that they have, we've never had one single complaint of how long it takes or how long does it take. The idea is to be able to give such destitute children an opportunity to move a trend of life. So someone says to me, it took you 2 weeks. Yes, it took me 2 weeks because I am changing the trend of life of an individual or a group of people. And this is something that the Vice President Mahmoud Bawumia had implemented in Ghana. It's a very serious developmental agenda that I believe that every parent in this country or everyone in this country feels very sad about what these children are doing. There's a lady here who, I came with them. Would you believe she's finished SSS or SHS? She's a head porter. Now, if you're a parent and you've taken your daughter to school for that length of time to be a head porter, it's a very sad issue, gentlemen. It's something that I don't find it partisan. I don't find it debatable to anybody. It's a national cry, and every single one in Ghana here should cry for this young woman who had destitute, who were nobody.
So 2 weeks. How does the training go? Where is the training done? How does it go? After they graduate from doing the program, what is done to enable them to properly integrate into the world of work and doing their own businesses and all of that?
That's a very, very brilliant question. These young girls go through the training. Now, after the training, the government gives them a package. Through that package, we fund them as well. So they move into various disciplines of level of acceptance. So as you see them, there's so many of them. There's one saying in life, which I always advise my own friends and the younger people: you don't change something that works. You don't change something that works. But to be able to pick up young people, to have an idea of moving them to a trend of acceptance because they were destitute. Everybody has a right in life, irrespective of who you are. We are all equal in the sight of a creator. You look at these young girls, they didn't bring themselves back to in this world on their own. But what I'm saying is that for somebody to give them an opportunity to move and to have a better livelihood through skills, mentorship, and setting a proper entrepreneurial mindset, that gentleman must be great. And that's about who we are. I'm not trying to be partisan. If you want to do it, you can do it. But this is a move that will set the ecosystem of Ghana, boost it up, and also ease out the unemployment history in this country. This is what Dr. Bawumia has done. And I think it's not about digital. People don't get it. To be able to pick up this young destitute woman and mold up a structure where the structure permits the fact that they need to be given skillful adventure. It's great. As I sit with you, I'm asking you for the second time. Are you not sad about this?
And at this point, we've got two of the young girls who have been trained, under this NEIP Kaya Empowerment Program. Two of them are here in the studio. I see Saida and Hussein, right? Saida and Hussein. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, so let me just be sure before we carry on. I mean, would you be comfortable speaking English or should we speak Chi?
Speak Chi.
Both of them. Which one do you prefer?
They will speak everything.
They will speak everything.
All the language.
You say all the languages.
Yeah, I'm a Northerner. So I want to speak my tribe.
You want to speak your tribe, but,
yeah, but
some of
I'll
them.
mix it with English and Chi plus my tribe.
You mix it with English Chi plus your tribe. And what about you?
Also, I'm a so I'll mix it with my language and English and Chi.
Okay, so you for the benefit of those who are watching right now, because we speak English here on this station, let's start from there. So, what's your story? What brought you down here to come and be a head porter?
Okay, the reason why I'm here is because when I came to Accra, I was come and do Kaya work. So
why did you leave your hometown? Where is your hometown?
North, like Waliwali side.
Waliwali side.
Yeah.
What's the name of the town?
Izesi.
Izesi.
Yeah.
At Waliwali.
Yeah.
That's where you were.
Yeah.
Were you going to school or were you just at home? What were you doing?
Yeah, I've go school a little bit, but I couldn't go far.
Oh, okay. To which level?
Like JSS.
JSS.
Yeah.
Did you finish?
No.
Why weren't you able to finish?
Because my father and my dad has gone, so I don't have anybody that can support me to go forward.
So what pushed you to come down here to Accra?
And because I was looking for money. Because my hometown, there is no job that I can do. I get money. So I've come to Accra and I'm doing Kaya work. And for me to go and learn a work, I don't get, because if you want to go and learn work for somebody, they will ask you to pay money. Then I don't have money to go and learn work. So I'm just doing Kaya work. And I've heard that our father, Mahmoud Bawumia, has built a work, say, may we come and learn. So I was hearing one of my colleagues say, it is possible. That's, why are you people carry those things from?
This is when you were doing the Kaya work.
Yeah.
So how long did you do the Kaya work before you heard about this
because
program?
when I was doing the Kaya, it was long, almost 6 years ago.
6 years?
Yeah.
And how was it like? Even before we get to this training, how was it like for you doing the Kaya work?
Yeah, it was very difficult, but we are just managing.
So how were you, how much were you even making in a day?
No, sometimes you can get 50, 30, like, it depends.
It depends on how much work you're able to do.
Yeah.
And where were you sleeping?
We are sleeping Tama Station.
Tama Station?
Yeah.
Was there a place you
No,
were
we are
sleeping, or
just we
just look for any place?
Outside, yeah.
Outside?
Yeah.
You just put a mattress there and outside, and then you...
Yeah, we did it. We just get some rubber, like the rubber that they are selling on market, the black one. We just put it on the ground and we lie down.
So you were sleeping outside for 6 years?
Yeah.
Until you heard about this program. So you said some of your friends were telling you about this?
Yeah, because some of them, they come and learn the work. So I've seen them carry their things. And I ask them where them can get these things from. They say, there is one of our fathers opened a job for us, so I have to go and learn it. And I thank God I came. When I came, we get a big house. We are sleeping for free. We are bathing free. Everything we are doing free there. So I thank God for that.
So what did you learn? I
learned baking.
Baking?
Yeah.
Baking what? Cake?
Yeah, cake, bread, meat pie, spring roll, lots of things,
so
chips.
So you know how to do all of those things?
Yeah, I can do them.
And you learned it in 2 weeks?
Yeah.
So after you finished learning, I can see that you are holding your
my certificates,
of completion in your hands. So after you finished learning how to bake, do the meat pie, the spring rolls, and all of that, what happened?
When we finished learning of this one, we appreciate what our fathers do to us, because it gives us some of the items and it gives us more money so that we can go and start our own business, so that we can get something for ourselves. So we will stop coming to Kaya and do Kaya.
Okay. So Hussein, what about you? What's your story? Where are you from?
I'm from Northern Region.
Northern Region proper. Where in the Northern Region?
Charapene.
Charapene.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I'm a Chokosi by tribe.
Okay.
Okay. It's as my sister said. The same to me.
The same for you?
Yeah.
What were you doing in Charapene before you came?
Oh no, I was not doing anything.
You were just there?
Yeah.
You went to school?
Yeah.
To what level?
GSS.
Did you finish?
No.
You weren't able to? Why?
Yeah. Because my dad and my mom, they don't have money. It gets sometimes. By then, my village doesn't have a GSS.
Your village didn't have a GSS block?
It was primary. So like, I'll come to Charapene. I'll come to Charapene and come and learn GSS. So because of money problem, I couldn't finish the GSS because I was not having money. My mom don't have money and my dad too don't have money. So it gets to sometimes, my colleagues are going. Their parents will give them money to go and buy food. But because my daddy don't have, my mom don't have, I couldn't, when it gets to break time, I don't have money to go and buy food. So because of that, and I couldn't finish GSS. Yeah.
And is that what drove you to decide to come here?
Yes. Not that.
Okay, so what happened? What happened and you decided that you have to come to Accra to come and do?
The reason why I came to Accra is that I want to come and make money. And as I came to Accra, so far as I don't have my own work to do, I decided to do Kayayo because that one, when you do it, you will get something small.
Did you know anybody in Accra?
No, I don't know anybody in Accra here. I just came. Yeah.
So were your parents in agreement?
No, because of them too, they can't ask me to stay home because who will give them money? They are old. My dad is late. I even lost my daddy last year. So it's only my mom that is around. So my mom too don't have. So I decided to come to Accra to come and work. So as I come to Accra, I don't know anybody here. So I decided to do Kayayo. So the Kayayo, we are sleeping outside. I don't have place to sleep.
How long were you doing it?
Almost 4 years now.
4 years doing Kayayo. Where? Which areas were you
in
doing?
UTC.
UTC, Accra, UTC area.
Accra, UTC area.
And where were you sleeping?
The same, like Tema Station.
Tema Station.
Yeah.
So had you met your sister here?
Yes,
so you knew each other
him.
doing the Kayayo business?
No, because of the place that he's working and the place that I'm working is not the same. But when we get to the place that we sleep, we also sleep. We are all sleeping
at the same place. In the open at the Tema Station. In the open, no shelter. What were some of the problems you were encountering with, having nowhere to sleep, and sleeping outside? Where were you bathing and all of that?
Okay, because we have shower, public shower in the station there. So when we closed, you will go there and bath. When you bath, but then you come and change yourself, and you find a place to sleep. Because you are sleeping outside, there is no place. So you can't decide that I'll go here or I'll go here and go and bath. No, because when you get to a time, you will not even get water to bath because they will lock the pipe. So when they lock the pipe, no water. You will sleep like that. You will not even bath. Yeah.
So how did you hear about this Kayayo Empowerment Program?
I hear this Kayayo Empowerment Training Center at one of my friend. One day morning, he came with his things. Then he told me, my sister, our father, Dr. Muhammad Baumia, has opened a job for we those don't have, like something like probably the Kayayos.
Yeah.
Then how to am a Kayayo? I have nobody. And first of all, I made up my mind that I will learn a work, something like hairdresser. But because I don't have
you didn't have anyone to help you.
Anyone to help me. Yeah.
So is that what you learned?
No.
What did
I
you
learned
learn?
soap.
Soap making.
Yeah.
Within the 2-week period. So now you know how to make soap.
Yes, I know how to make soap. Something like soap, like liquid soap, after wash, asthma blows, bath soap, and bleach.
All right.
Yeah.
So have you been provided with funds to start up?
Yeah, they have given me things to go and start now.
So have you started already?
Yeah, when we get home and then I will start it. And I
So are you going to stay in Accra and do the business, or are you going to go back home and go and do it?
I'm coming to stay in Accra here.
But you start making soap to sell?
Yes.
And you'll also start baking?
Yeah,
to sell. So just because we have to be wrapping this up. So how do you feel now that you've been able to go through this program and then you have this skill, you know, to be able to at least on your own do something?
Okay, because for me, as far as get all those things, I'll carry it go to my village.
You go back to your village?
Yeah, because there is a lot of people do not get that. Even this job I came and learn is not there in my hometown. So I appreciate what I've got to, because if I go, a lot of people also come to my side and they'll come and learn the work. So I'll just begging everybody, my colleagues, my fathers and my mother, may they support. If our father Mahmoud Bawumia, if we win this election, I know that everybody will come and learn this.
So you're happy about this initiative? So
yeah,
because of that, you want everybody to vote?
Yeah, because I want.
Okay, all right, that's fine. Thank you very much, and of course, we're happy that at least you're not going back to the Kaya business, and you're actually branching out to do your own business. You want to stay here and do soap and sell because there's a lot of market for it here.
Yeah.
But you have identified that in your area it will be like a niche for you because you know you'd get a lot of market if you went to do baking. Okay, so so coming back to and we're out of time here. So we'd have to
but if you could do me a favor,
a final word to you.
If you could do me just a quick one, favor. These ones, most of the Kais are actually from the north. As a mark of respect for their own people where they are, I would like them for you to give them just a minute to speak a language of their own choice.
Yeah, just a minute. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. So
just to appeal to others. Through what they've done and
to showcase what they've done and all of that. All right, I mean that's fine. That's fine. Just a minute because we'll have to be crossing over for Voters Connect, which we'll be doing very soon. But Saida, a minute, just speak to your people.
Okay, my bisi person pusiria pam na anga nang madaliri shere kan chena te bam sutumo kan suhuria ne yayina te tabusungo te ba Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia ko unyang pugda jima because yai vote to kudina ma Tunwanye saha chena te babsutuma ma yagbani nye saha chena te babsutuma ma because even yang babsutuma ma ka nye kwa agwa doi kana no like ka inu sutuma obi nye no vosongo ela o bosi ni tutombo ka tuma ikatuma so po adakwa ababola bopum lusonyo ngamar tuma inu sutuma ntumna nyerbela bela ndra so mabisi ya pa ansuru kayina ka tusungo te ba Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia aya.
All right, thank you. That sounded like Dagban. What language was that? Mamprusi. It sounds a lot like Dagban, right? There are some similarities. Hussein.
Yeah, study.
Talk to your people.
Okay. Ndanu for barane bia so ashi. Wo charak penemi enso. Ti anu for ne ba o. Nimfite charak peni ba la krafe. Kamayo juma. Bena tikala juma be yo neti mayo kaya yo ba ntilieshe Dr. Muhammad Bawumia ke ofa juma ba ba isfabu kayere kaya yo mbamni ya bra na eba yo so ma son le sheka yo so anu for bara na bi so be o charpe na shen sukare je ne mbatu sanga aju 7th December ya tumba so nse shira anu for ne bara na bi so kareka sanga njuli Dr. Muhammad Bawumia ida number 1 so nse shira no for bara na bia so kareka amma ya buka ne etumba amma Dr. Muhammad Bawumia ya wi ni lembane ya nya mambe bu oshimbe bu nyanya adwuma yo mane bara mo bu yo butengu madam like keme mayo madam nyuma ni mbaso so sheka yo mayo madam nyuma so antumba mme keme yo ne buka ya nya mambe bakashini na bara skubanya busane juma na bu yo nyintinda no for ne bara na bia so karashi be wo charpene ekuda ne ewonjuka so nse shere suno kere oka anjine shi na mfa anye me shere buke kembe yo na enye sa ne juma imo ni team president me sukoreni na 7th December na imonitinya president na iminili juma weshi beyo bismillahir rahim alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin arrahmanir rahim maliki yawmiddin iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in ihdinas siratal mustaqim siratal ladzina an'amta alaihim ghayril maghdubi alaihim waladdallin amen.
All right, thank you very much, and we wish you all the best, and of course we know that you are going to be more economically empowered now that you've learned the skill. Mr. Chumbuafo, we'd have to end here because we're out of time, but I'm grateful that you joined us in the studio.
Will I have a latte?
30 seconds because we have to go.
Okay, no problem.
Yes.
All I would like to say is that as much as Ghanaians are watching this program, there's been an advocacy for His Excellency, the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. But guess what? It's up to you to judge. And when you're making your judgments, believe in what these young people are saying. They need a chance. Thank you.
Thank you also. Thank you very much. So that's all about the Kaya and Empowerment Program, or Livelihood Empowerment Program, which has seen that some Kaya are trained in various, disciplines, various handiwork, if we can describe it as such, to enable them to be more economically empowered. And Mr. Chumberima here in the studio, Mr. Chumbuafo here in the studio, is a communication specialist with the NEIP, has been, of course, talking about the program and what it entails. Of course, you've heard from the former Kaya or headquarters themselves. You're still watching GH Today here on GHOne Television. We're crossing over to the Ayawaso East and North constituencies, where my colleague Sewami here is standing by with the parliamentary candidates from these constituencies to have an engagement with them, of course, and the people from these constituencies, as we've got 30 days more to the December 7 election. Stay tuned. This is GH Today. I'll be right back with all of that. to the Ayawaso constituency, where we're bringing you Voters Connect with my colleague Sewa Mi here. We'll be going to the constituency to talk to the people, the Ayawaso East and the Ayawaso North constituencies. But before we cross over and get there, let's bring you a few birthday wishes. Of course, if it's your birthday today, a big happy birthday to you on the 7th day of November. Beginning with this birthday wish, which is a happy birthday to a gentleman like no other. Your kindness and wisdom inspire everyone around you. May God richly bless you today and always. Enjoy your special day to the fullest. And this is from Ikuya Boatema. This one says, happy birthday to Ofosuhene Sapong. May your year ahead be as bright as your smile. A year older, a year wiser, but forever my son. Happy birthday, son. Of course, this is coming from your mother, Ofosuhene Sapong. Happy birthday to Tiffany Abina Ejapong, Ampabing of Providence Insurance Company Limited, Circle Branch. May you enjoy this special day in good health and long life. God bless you and your family. This is from Kofiata Kakra Kusi, Deputy Director, Domestic Marketing at the Ghana Tourism Authority. So happy birthday to you. All right, let's connect to the Ayawaso East and North constituencies, where my colleague Sewami here is standing by with Voters Connect. All right, so Sewa, good to see you. Where exactly are you? Where exactly in these constituencies are you, and what's happening? Take it away.
So I'll say Kolafia, right? Ivy. And marhaba to all of you. Good morning once again. We are all live on GHOne TV, and this is our Voters Connect. And we also know that there's a Zongo Manifesto Forum that's happening here today, and so we are part of this. This is GHOne TV. Like I said, I am Sewami here. I'm here with my team, and of course, seated to my left is my producer Ibrahim Al Hassan, who is one of you. And I'm one of you as well by extension and association. This morning, we're going to talk about two constituencies and Zongo communities at large nationally. We're going to start off with the Ayawaso East and North constituencies, and then we zoom in to Zongo communities, not just in these two constituencies, not just in Accra, but across the country. Because we want to look at the manifestos of the two main political parties when it comes to Zongos, what they have done and what they are promising to do, for which reason you will vote for them come December 7. Remember, it's 30 days to election 2024. One of the reasons why this Zongo Manifesto Forum is being organized is also to foster peace and security. We want to have a conversation so that no political party will come to incite violence or chaos among Zongo people. I know that you know that there's been a long-standing perception. I don't think that Zongo people are violent. It can never be, because I have too many Zongo friends. I live with one, and I know how you people are. And we need to talk, have a conversation, and judge on how we can work towards eradicating that perception also. So we thank all of you for coming here this morning. We have a microphone to the left. If you have to say anything at all with regard to Zongo communities, what you expect the government to do, and whoever becomes president or whoever wins comes December 7 to do as well, please say it into the microphone. But in the meantime, we're going to be starting, like I said, with the two constituencies, Ayawaso East and Ayawaso North constituencies. And we'll be talking very briefly about them. We'll be having the representatives of the political parties for these two constituencies join us very briefly. We'll talk quickly on them, and then all the people who are supposed to have spoken or who are supposed to talk on the Zongo Manifesto Forum will also join us, and then we'll question them, and we'll give you the chance to also ask them questions on what you want to hear or what you expect them to have done, which they haven't done for you in these constituencies, and then for the Zongo communities as a whole. So Ibrahim is Muslim, and like I said, he's one of you. I also identify as one of you, so don't worry at all. If Ibrahim will be speaking the Hausa for me, and I'll be doing the translation, but I know that almost all of us here understand and speak English also, so it will make the conversation very, very smooth. We'll start off with the Ayawaso East. We should start off with the Ayawaso East constituencies. Now we know that these two constituencies is a stronghold of the NDC. They've won power. Ayawaso East has, been in existence since 1992. And since then, the NDC has won. Ayawaso North was carved out of Ayawaso East constituency in 2012. And since then, too, the NDC has always won. But the constituency and the communities have challenges. When you look at the Ayawaso North constituency, they talk about not enough, places for developmental projects, filth, the issue of flooding, not enough educational facilities and whatnot. Ibrahim, what are some of the things that you have also, picked up as some of the challenges of these constituencies?
Well, I think the challenges of Ayawaso East and North, or specifically East, are not different from many challenges bedeviling many Zongo communities and inner city communities across the country. Yes, you talk about drainage facilities. The youth here talk about unemployment, and it's one of the most topical issues when you go to any Zongo community. Like I talked about poor drainage facilities, you talk about educational infrastructure as well. Yes, the challenge specifically to Ayawaso East has got to do with lack of space for even developmental projects, right? Of course, you are aware that government at a point indicated that it was going to undertake one of the Agenda 111 projects in this particular constituency. Space became a challenge, and so they had to improvise. But of course, I'm sure when the political class gets to speak to this, they will indicate exactly how far or that. So mainly, in my engagement with the residents, the constituents, they speak about many other things, especially jobs, lack of jobs, because this is a concern for not just the youth, it's a concern for the elderly as well, the parents, and what have you. Again, educational facilities. This is a cosmopolitan constituency. In fact, it is the middle of the capital city of Accra.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, so we'll take your questions now. Like I said, we have representatives of the two main political parties joining us. They'll be telling us what they have done and what they intend to do. These two constituencies are highly, NDC constituencies. They have always won since they've been created. Now, what's interesting, Ibrahim, about the Zongo communities going into the 2024 elections is that the two leading political parties or the two leading candidates have northern backgrounds.
Yes.
So there's Dr. Baumia of the NPP who is Muslim.
Yes.
And he comes from the north, from Wale Wale.
Yes.
And then there is John Dramani Mahama, who also has a northern background.
Exactly.
And so the two of them connect with the Zongo community. And so there's a huge battle for who gets the votes of the Zongo communities as we get into the elections. And there are some who say that the NPP is likely to get it, and there are those who also say that the NDC is very likely to get it. I believe that the people of the Zongo communities have tasted both.
Yeah.
They have tasted the administration of the NDC, of John Dramani Mahama, and they have tasted that of Dr. Baumia as well, even as vice president. For the NPP, we all know that they created a special ministry for Zongo communities, which now doesn't exist, and there's a coordinator for Zongo development who works at the office of the presidency. We don't know what the NDC did in terms of having whether a ministry, there was no ministry, I must say, or maybe having an organization
or a tailor-made initiative.
to push the agenda of Zongo communities. Yeah. But that's not my job, and that's not your job as well, because they are here to tell us what they have done and what they intend to do. But most importantly, like we said, the focus is not just on these 2 constituencies. It's on Zongo communities at large. And so you don't have to belong to a political party this morning to speak to us about the challenges in your constituency and whether you've been impressed by the government, whether you've been disappointed, and whatnot. Please just come to the microphone and then tell us what your concerns are and what you believe should happen going into this election.
Right. Exactly so. But the point must be made that the forum itself is here to start. Of course, there are some dignitaries here who eventually will be introduced, including the chiefs and then the community leaders who are here. But this segment is focused on those seeking your mandate to lead you as MPs and then the political party representatives, right? But the challenges do not differ. The challenges that have found expression in the party's manifestos are the same challenges we are here to explore. So, Sewa, you're right. The interest of the Zongo communities in this year's election is like none other, because the 2 leading candidates all have affinity one way or the other with these communities. And that's how come a focus on Zongos and inner city will not be a misplaced focus at all. It's very crucial, it's important. And kudos to the organizers of this forum as well, the forum that is here to take place, for thinking about bringing the political class together to share with constituents, share with community members and residents what these 2 parties are thinking about as far as your progress and your forward march is concerned. So you're right. The interest from the Zongo communities come December 7 is heightened because of the individuals involved.
Of course, and I have to pay special homage once again to the chiefs who are gathered here. We really appreciate your time. And I don't know what the protocols are, forgive me, but if a chief would like to speak, my producer, we can come to you and also hear from you as well, because yes, we know that you are chiefs, but you're also representatives of your people. So we would like to hear from you as well. We have our very first speaker who would like to, speak with us. Tell us her name, please. When you come up here, we'd like to hear, know your name and where you live, if you don't mind, and then tell us about the challenges or the concerns, or just speak to us. Hello.
Hi, assalamu alaikum, and good morning. My name is Aisha Khidr Adam. I'm the founder and director of an educational institution, an Islamic educational institution called Iqra Educational Center. And our intention and mission is to be able to impact the Muslim youth in terms of education, to position them very well to represent in the socio-economic issues of our country. Thank you very much for this forum. Now, having run Iqra Educational Center for the past 12 years in Ayawaso West, which is a sister to Ayawaso North and then East, I have received students from the constituency also. I must admit that since independence, we have chalked some success as a country. Because if you want to look at where to move to, you need to look at where you are coming from. As a Muslim, and having come from Abeka Zongo or grown in Abeka Zongo, we can all testify that there has been some successes that have been chalked along the process. In terms of access to education and even child marriages, there has been a decline, though we are not at the final point. The Islamic Education Unit has made efforts to make some improvements in the Islamic education sector. It's very unique for us in Zongo because most of the students that live in Zongo are Muslims. However, we do not have a lot of Muslims in academia. So there is a conflict when children are in school, arrive in school, and they have challenges that speaks to the core of their identity. you all do appreciate that when it comes to the social and emotional development of every human being, especially a child, if a child does not feel sound in those areas, it even affects the intellectual development. And that is where I come from this morning to have this conversation. We have had children being marginalized because they are Muslims. We have had children being spoken down on because of the wearing of veils, because of practicing Islam, sometimes even not to even affect anything within the schools, but just because they identify themselves as Muslims. As young Muslims, we have had to either choose between having a secular education or an Islamic education. But my question here this morning is, why must a Muslim child be forced to choose one when we can have both? As Ghanaians, working in the public sector, contributing to the tax net, when our taxes are used in government institutions where the funding comes from government and things are done to improve these schools, why must the Muslim child feel like they are being done a favor to access that type of education? And when you push the button, you are told, develop your own schools. Are you giving us our taxes back to develop our own schools? When the AMA goes round, does he take taxes from Muslims? Those are the questions we should ask ourselves. If everything goes into one tax net or one tax basket, then we all need to have equal share. And we all talk about the issues. In your introduction, you made mention of, yes, there's a certain tag about the Zongo being, when it comes to politics and being violent and all of that. We all know that there are certain basic needs of humans. And sometimes when those needs are not met, there is anguish. Our youth do not have jobs. But sometimes they don't even have the qualification to access those jobs that are available. Looking at the condition of Zongo today, it is so because some parents, some grandparents, some time back, thought that if I would take you to school and you would stop being a Muslim, then let me keep you home and just give you Islamic education. So that even if you lose your dunya, you don't lose the akhirah, which is the hereafter, and that is everlasting. It is not our duty to question the reason behind those decisions. But as we are here today, what is the way forward? The way forward is to see that there is a gap. Because most of our parents and our grandparents ended up in the bottom for security jobs and menial jobs. And clearly we all know that in Ghana, if you're doing menial jobs, you cannot afford. So some of the children who are at home today is because they have not had the opportunity financially to go to school. If political parties want to support the Zongo today, the biggest driver, the leverage for us is education. And if we go in there, inshallah, I believe it would be a starting point for many greater things to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Can we have the next person?
If you have questions, no problem. You can ask. You can ask those questions.
You can ask, yes.
We can take them up.
Thank you very much. My name is Mohammed Abdul Hamid. I am a project consultant with PMLC in the US, and I'm CEO for Zongo Business Incubator. I wanted to do a lot of listening this morning so that we can make informed contributions. But I think my interest is in economic transformation. The young people of Zongo, for me, what I believe is that if we are able to get people to be financially independent, it is one of the best ways to promote development. When people have something to do, they are able to earn meaningful incomes, they have dignified and fulfilling jobs, it is easy to transform the community that way. The Zongo Business Incubator, since 2017, we've supported a lot of businesses. We've trained a lot of people. We've even provided scholarships for Zongo people to study elsewhere. My concern about this engagement, and I want us to pay attention to this, is that, first of all, politicians are not the drivers of development. It has never happened anywhere. Politicians are enablers. The drivers of development are the people themselves. And so we have a lot of organizations represented here. Before governments decided to train people, there are organizations who have been training people in Zongo way back. All these organizations have been putting in resources and effort. What we want government to do is to create the enabling environment for these organizations to thrive. Number two, we must understand, and I feel like this event would have been very difficult to organize if this was not an election year. It would have been difficult to get people around. And it has always been about what politicians say or what we say we want to do. But I think this event has to be about what you actually do. That is what we have to focus on. We have young Zongo people who are breaking continental barriers. If you know the work I do, you know that I am effortlessly competent at my job. We have the CEO of CODESYS, they are here. You've heard of CODESYS, you've heard of Secure Central, you've heard of Zongovation and all the beautiful programs they are doing. These are all Zongo organizations. What we want politicians to do is to create the enablers. You have skills, you have talent, you have competency, you have professionalism, you have character, you have preparation, you have all these individuals in Zongo communities, but you are heavily underutilizing them. A lot of us have been there and nobody wants to say. So I want to do a lot of listening. I have 1,000 questions I want to ask, and I just hope that at the end of the day, it will not be about the talking, but it will eventually be about the doing.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. We were telling you earlier that when it comes to the two constituencies that we're beginning this conversation with, which is the Ayawaso East and North constituencies, they've been NDC strongholds since they were created. And I'm waiting to hear from the NDC. I want to know what the NDC can boast of, or the things that they have done for these constituencies since they have been winning the seat. The NPP is hoping to take the seat from the NDC. I believe we have the parliamentary candidate for Ayawaso East constituency here. You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. We'll hear from him very shortly. But we're going to be continuing with the questions and the suggestions and the comments.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. And good morning to all of you. My name is Baba Ali Yusuf. I'm the constituency secretary for MPP in Ayawaso East. I want us to look at Ayawaso East as a constituency. But first of all, let's look at the 4 Ayawaso constituencies. MPP has been winning 2 constituencies. That's Ayawaso West Wagon and also Ayawaso Central. And the NDC have also been winning the Ayawaso East and North. But if you compare development in terms of these 4 constituencies, you realize that where the NPP has been winning since '92 has been far better than our constituency where we live. That's Ayawaso East and North. You compare infrastructure, you compare development, they are far ahead of us. And that is the reason why my candidate, Honorable Zakraman, should be voted for to become the Member of Parliament for Ayawaso East in order to bridge the developmental gap. Now, most of the things you see in Ayawaso East currently is as a result of the creation of our municipal assembly. When MPP won power in 2016, sworn in 2017, we created the assembly. And as a result of that, most of the things you can talk of in this constituency is because the assembly has been a facilitator of development and has done some of these things. You go to the Flagstaff House Basic School, you find a 12-unit classroom block, which was built from scratch. It does not exist prior to the 2016 election, but when NPP won power, we've been able to do that. And so many other initiatives you can talk about. To talk of scholarship. For the first time, the Scholarship Secretariat decentralized their activities, and the Assembly had to interview and also open for their application, and our young people have gotten scholarship through the Assembly, which doesn't exist before, because you have to apply to the national pool, which is sometimes difficult. But when it was zero into our constituency, in 2019, about 36 applicants in Ayawaso is got the benefit to also get a scholarship. In 2020, about 27 of them. So we can mention and mention these are benefits as a result of the NPP government.
All right. Please, no. I'm telling you to wrap
Yes.
Yes.
And yes, when you look behind this auditorium, you find the AstroTurf, which is yet to be completed. But the initiative and also making an intention to start is a key thing. We can hold the government accountable, we can push the government and make sure the facility is completed. At the end of it, it is a benefit for the constituency, not only Ayawaso East, but the general community as a whole. Those in Ayawaso North, those in Ayawaso East, we all benefit from the facility there. So I have a firm belief that the voters in Ayawaso East will consider and vote for my candidate, Honorable Zakraman, and also vote for Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, who championed the creation of the Zongo Development Fund, and also all activities that has to do with our Zongo communities. The senior communicators are here. When the forum is properly open, they will speak on our pledges on the Zongo communities. I thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. I'm going to speak with the NPP parliamentary candidate for Ayawaso East now, Zach Rahman.
Yeah.
Now, this constituency for which you are vying to be MP has been in existence since 1996. 92. Okay, since 92, the NDC has won the seat. But you think that you can win it this time?
Oh, yes, of course. I'm very, very optimistic that this time around we're going to win the seat. Yeah.
Why?
Because you look at, just like the way my secretary elaborated, you look at development as far as this constituency is concerned. We are way behind. This is where you have the Jubilee House. This is where you have the seat of government. This is where the president, the vice president lives. We've been voting for the NDC for the past 32 years. There is absolutely nothing to boast of in terms of development. I'm pained that our MP is not sitting here. I've been campaigning for the past 1 year or so. I have not come across the MP move around the constituency to tell them that this time around is going to do A, B, or C, because we are challenging him to let the people of Ayawaso East know what he has done for the past 12 years. We've been voting for him and his political party for the past 32 years. Yet absolutely nothing to show for. The constituency, we have largely youth. We have people sitting in bases and ghettos. All of them are looking for opportunities. They are looking for work. So they want someone who would be the face of the constituency, who would go out there and lobby and get opportunities for them. This is something that we are looking.
This person that you talk about, who isn't here, he's been MP for 3 terms, 12 years. He's seeking a 4th term. What do you think? I mean, if he wasn't that good, they wouldn't have voted for him for 3 consecutive terms.
So you see, the MP or the political party takes this constituency and takes the people of this constituency for granted, because they think that this is their stronghold, whether they come out to campaign, whether they do anything in terms of development or not, people would definitely vote for them. But this time around, the signal is that no, we also want development. Just like the neighboring constituencies, you go to Ayawaso West Wagon, you go to Ayawaso Central and Ayawaso North, at least you see some kind of development.
So you mean that there's not a single development in Ayawaso East?
So most of the development that you see here was started by the current government. Just like
I need a rep of the NDC.
Well, it's here.
Okay.
It's here. So let me wrap up.
Please do.
I think it's important I say good morning, salam alaikum to my chiefs and imams here. I forgot to greet them before I start. Listen, I am going into an election with a parliamentary candidate of the NDC, the MP, 12 years being an MP, such an important forum that we are expecting that he would come here and talk to the people and let the people know that he has done A, B, or C. He is nowhere to be found. You go into the constituency campaigning, telling the people that this is what I would do for you, yet the MP they voted for is nowhere to be found. I am saying that I want to see how best we can help our people in the bases and in the ghettos so that we would find an alternative way of living for them. At the end of the day, the person goes to work, goes to find something to do, and in the evening you come and sit at the base and do whatever you want to do. But you get up morning to evening, absolutely nothing to do. And it all boils down to the leadership, the face of the constituency. We are not saying that you should take money from your pocket to go and help somebody. But once you are the face, I have started talking to companies in this constituency. We have more than 200 companies residing in this constituency. Once you are able to sit with them, talk to them, let them use some of their CSR and then help our people. Once you are able to get companies to give even two people each job opportunities, at the end of the year, we should be employing over 200 people. But there's nobody to speak for them to do some of these things.
Okay, so what is it that you're bringing on board that you want to let people know for which reason they should vote for you? What's the special things that you intend to do when you become, or if you become MP?
So the special thing I'm looking at is job creation. See how best I can go out there, lobby opportunities for our people.
So you don't have a mapped out plan. You're hoping to see how best you can help them create jobs?
Yeah, but you asked me a question. I hope that you would allow me to express myself. I'm saying that we have a lot of youth unemployment in this constituency. I am looking at the opportunity of making sure I help the people get the jobs. And I've already started talking to companies within this constituency, not outside this constituency. Once I'm able to speak to over 200 companies and they give us assurance that they are going to employ our people, I think that is a startup point. Now, in the past 3 or 4 months, I have given our women startup capitals, and we did some training. Those who are into skill development, those who are into sewing, those who are into hairdressing, all these kind of things. Over 500 people have been supported through me. If we had the MP doing something like this, I'm sure this constituency wouldn't be complaining. But as a parliamentary candidate, whilst I'm able to lobby for opportunities like this and I'm able to get it for our people, it means that at least we have started something. The people are also interested in getting a secondary school in this constituency. It's one of the things that I've championed. I'm championing. I've had a conversation with the Municipal Assembly. I've had a conversation with the Ministry of Education. We are looking at a possibility of building a secondary school in this constituency, so that at least for the first time we can also boast and say that our people went to a secondary school within the constituency without traveling outside the constituency. Thirdly, I have had a lot of conversation with my chiefs, my imams, and then the opinion leaders in this constituency. There is this perception that our constituency, it's predominantly a bad area. Once they mention Nima, it means all the bad people reside in Nima. That is not the case. You go to police station, there are a lot of minor cases. But what is it? Maybe the people. Maybe the people get to the police station, they are unable to express themselves, and then the next minute, the person is languishing in jail. I am looking at the possibility of introducing this ADR, alternative dispute resolution. I've had a conversation with the chiefs and then the leaders for them to embark on, for them to embark on this course. Once they are able to go through these courses, when we have minor cases, we take it to the chiefs, we take it to the imams for them to sit on such cases. At the end of the day, we should be able to raise revenue for our chiefs and for our imams. And the crime rate, that perception that our people are bad people, would definitely come down, because the chiefs, the imams are people who understand our people, and we should be able to handle our issues on our own. So these are some of the things that I'm thinking that once we get the opportunity to become the members of parliament, why not? But I have already started doing some of these negotiation with the chiefs and then the imams and Attorney General's office. Yeah.
All right, thank you. That's the NPP's parliamentary candidate for Ayawaso East constituency. Okay, this is a representative of the NDC. Oh, you are an assembly member, and you are a representative of the NDC, of the MP. Okay, would you like to speak to us first? Your MP is not here, and we invited him.
Thank you very much. My eminent chiefs, honorable assembly members, dignitaries seated here, all protocol observed. My name is Chairman Olabode Williams, the longest serving constituency chairman in Greater Accra with vast experience. I am here this morning on behalf of the Member of Parliament, Honorable Muhammad Nasser Turi, alias McNazar. My sister, the MP is not here just not because he has refused to come and meet his people. The MP, as sensational as he is, and we all know today, Parliament is sitting. And for that matter, the Member of Parliament, an astute Member of Parliament, the beloved Member of Parliament for Ayawaso East, is trekking to Parliament in making sure that the NDC retains the majority in Parliament. My sister, I heard my good brother, Honorable
I want to ask you these questions. Now that I know that you are the longest serving constituency chairman in Greater Accra. You are former chairman.
Former chairman, yes.
Okay. And longest for NDC.
Yes.
Not the whole party.
No, please.
Okay. For NDC.
Well, thank you. Can I continue?
Of course. Now, this constituency has been in existence since 1992. Your party has been winning the seat since 1992. Your beloved MP, as you call him, has been MP for 12 years. He's seeking another 4-year mandate. But the problems in this constituency still exist. And my colleague and I, if you were listening, we listed the many problems which you are aware of. What have you done, or what has your MP done, since you work very closely with him, to fix all of these problems that we have observed, and for which the parliamentary candidate for the NPP has also spoken about?
Well, thank you very much once again, Sewa. As Member of Parliament for almost 12 years, we all know very well that members of Parliament are not agents for development. Members of Parliament lobby for development in their areas. And I can tell you, without any fear or favor, that the Member of Parliament that we have today in Ayawaso East is being voted for because of his track record. If the MP doesn't have his track record, they should have voted him out long before today. My sister, I happened to work at the AMA during Mills Muhammad time as the deputy director in charge of logistics. My sister, it was not easy. At that time in point, I heard my good brother talking about the municipal assembly. But he has refused to tell the people, those who fought for the assembly to be established in Ayawaso East. I was part of it. We started fighting for this municipal assembly